Seeing none, I'd ask you to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight we've had some very bad news in the last couple of days. We've lost a veteran of the Hyannis Fire Department who passed away, Captain Thomas Kenny. He served the department for 36 years, and he died on Wednesday, June 5th, 7 months after his retirement. He was a proud member of the Hyannis Fire Department, Hyannis Firefighters, Local 2172, and probably had the best mustache I ever saw. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Our condolences to his family. All right. We're into the public comment portion of our meeting. Please make your presence known, sign in, and please try to stay within the 3-minute section. Thank you. Come on, it can't be that easy. Hearing no public comment, I would make a second call for public comment.
Please, someone.
Hearing none again, I would close the public comment portion of the meeting. There'll be no response by the councilors to public comment. I would ask my fellow councilors to take one issue out of order, and that would be the Martin J. Flynn Scholarship recipient, if my councilors are so inclined to do so. Lynn Poyant, I believe, is probably part. Oh, it's the town manager. I guess I should have told him I was going to take him out of order.
No, good evening. Mark Ells, Town Manager. It's always an honor to, oh, what do we got? Glare of the sun or something coming in here? Oh, I'm good. Yes, I'm good. Thank you. It's always an honor when we get to recognize our young people in our community, and certainly the recipients of the Martin J. Flynn Scholarship Award deserve that recognition. I had the privilege of knowing Mr. Flynn. He actually took me to lunch with who would become our first President Bush back in 1987. He and another individual, Pete Ellis. So it was interesting. Now, years later, I get to stand here and reflect on that and, award a scholarship in his name. And when I remember him, I certainly remember a life of public service. And so as our committee reviewed the young people who applied for this, and these are seniors from the town of Barnstable, they look at their academic achievement, they look at their other activities and the achievement in those respective areas, but they look at their civic and public commitment and their volunteerism. And that's really a weighted part of making this decision. I want to take the time to thank the committee members, Janice Cliggett, Deb Hill, John Marsden, and Joyce Pursuti were the review committee, and I think Joyce said, is everyone here, Joyce? Okay. So if you'd like to stand up just for a moment, because thank you, it takes a lot of effort. Takes a lot of effort, and it's a very difficult decision as you go through the names. So I'd like to proceed to recognizing and awarding the Martin J. Flynn Scholarship at this time. First recipient is Rachel Alto, and she'll be attending the University of Massachusetts. I'm going to stand over here. I don't like to turn my back to anybody, but Kate Rose Cazalt is going to Coastal Carolina. Oh, no Kate? That's okay. Is it Julia Phone? And if I pronounce your last name wrong, tell me when you come up, okay? Is going to Wesleyan University. Drew Gauthier is going to the University of Mass Amherst. Congratulations. Good to see you. Last time I saw you, you were like this tall, I think, so. Tatiana Jacobs. She'll be attending Fitchburg University. Samantha Pereira? Pereira, thank you, Samantha. Samantha will be going to Regis College. Colby Phillips. Colby will be going to Bryant College. Congratulations, Colby, good job. Brian Samos. Brian will be going to University of Massachusetts Amherst. Good job. Julia Wiseman. Julia will be going to American University. Congratulations. We also awarded scholarships to Adam Beal. He'll be going to Mass Maritime. Bridget Conway will be going to University of New Hampshire. And Jordan Corbett will be going to University of New England. So congratulations to all of you. Great job. Everybody get a picture? Yeah? Good? Okay, thank you all. Thank you. Good luck. Hey. How'd your sister do? No? You had no other sister? No.
The other Gigantes.
Congratulations. I'd ask that Andy Claiborne, our Assistant Town Manager, join me for a moment in introducing our guests this evening.
Good evening, Andy Clyburn, Assistant Town Manager. It's my pleasure this evening to introduce our first presenters from Joint Base Cape Cod. We have Brigadier General Chris Foe, the Executive Director of Joint Base Cape Cod, Lieutenant Colonel Matt Porter, representing Camp Edwards Operations Manager. We have the 102nd Intel Wing Commander, Colonel Ginger Gaglio. We have Mr. Stephen Mellon from 6 Swiss, and 2 Coast Guard captains, Captain Scott Langham, who is the Air Station Cape Cod Commanding Officer, and Captain Michael Hudson, who is the Base Cape Cod Commanding Officer. Thank you for being with us, General.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. That actually took away one of my slides, so we're just moving along now much quicker. Before I start, I would like to remind everybody that today is the 75th anniversary of D-Day, where 4,400 Americans gave their lives for this country. So, thank you. Okay, this was already, Andy took care of this one for me, so thank you very much, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for having us here. My name is Chris Foe. I'm the Executive Director of Joint Base Cape Cod and the Assistant Adjutant General for the Massachusetts Air National Guard. And I have the pleasure of working with these folks over here on Joint Base Cape Cod, which, if you can see, this is a picture of ownership that represents ownership, not use. So we try to color code things, the dark blue being active duty Air Force, the green being Army, the orange being Coast Guard, and the light blue being Air National Guard. Again, that's ownership, not necessarily usage. Just to give you an idea, 22,000 acres, that's about 10% of the landmass of Cape Cod. So the reason this is significant to me is the 2013 economic impact analysis that was done by Mass Development had some numbers, and we wanted to take a deep dive into them because we thought they were kind of low. Joint Base Cape Cod took the metrics that they provided, updated them with all of our tenants, and basically identified a significant increase in the impact, a little over $500 million a year. This is significant to me because I'm the proud executive director of the largest military facility in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So large, in fact, that we can actually put the others inside our boundaries and still have room left over. Okay, so I'm more here as an introduction. We're going to let you go through the different commands, let them give their speeches. But one of the things, a couple things I want to bring up. Joint Installation Partnership Agreement. Many officials from the surrounding communities were involved. So the Army National Guard received a grant on community partnership, and we had a lot of different meetings to discuss how we can better serve each other and share in the synergies that would normally be considered either military or community, and combine those so we can either, and the main focus is money savings, cost savings. How can we do things together? If you looked at next bullet, Joint Oversight Group. Joint Base Cape Cod is a joint base by gubernatorial delegation. It is not a federal joint base, which means on a federal joint base, there's one military commander. They have complete authority and complete joint funding. We don't have that. We actually command by committee. The Joint Oversight Group is the committee where all the commanders get together and some of the other tenants, and we discuss things that are going on, calendar items, and basically where we want to go in the future. And that's really the first place where we bring up new ideas before we actually start talking with them in the community. So I think items of interest for me, I think no one's here, I'm guessing everyone's heard about the Police and Fire Academy possibilities that are going on. The Police Academy is going to happen. July is the first class. It was a little quicker than we expected, but we're very much looking forward to it because this fits well within what I call the last bit, the bullet, the future vision. Joint Base Cape Cod, when we suffered, there was a BRAC to one of the units out there, base realignment and closure, that took away a significant mission. However, other significant missions have replaced it. The difference is the needs for the land. A lot of it is access to our use. As we started down the path, we kind of took the Devon's model, which was sort of this little donut of federal property in the middle, surrounded by industry. Well, I think everybody knows it's pretty hard to draw industry, white-collar workers to the Cape. It wasn't going very well, so we kind of took a break and said, what else can we do to make this property valuable? And after the community partnership meetings, it was quite clear that coming up with venues that could serve both the community and the military in combination to really capitalize on the synergies of the training that we do was the way forward. And that's really where we're going. And I think I can answer any questions from me before I hand it on. The utilities in the land, I'm going to let Colonel Gaglio discuss that, because as the 102nd Intelligence Wing Commander, she basically is responsible for a lot of the properties and all of the utilities. So I'm going to let her discuss that in her speech. I think PFOS/PFOA is news to no one. I personally am not prepared to discuss that with you, except on the very slightest non-in-depth basis. But I do have someone, Mr. Doug Carson from the AFCEC. So he can, if we have any questions on that, he can answer them later. So with that, I'd ask, are there any questions of me?
If I may, General, I'd like to see if we could get you all seated, and then we'll ask questions as they occur to the
up here?
council. Sure.
Wow. I put this on at the beginning of the playoffs, and I'm not taking it off to the end. You can talk about my Bruins patch all you want, but it's staying for at least another week.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
All
Welcome all.
right, so first, I'm going to hand it over to Matt Porter, who's representing Colonel Patrick Key for Camp Edwards.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for having us. So I will give you the brief on the Army side, Camp Edwards, and hopefully I did that right. Okay. First, task organization. This is kind of how we are composed there. We have 150 soldiers/civilians that are full-time on the base. We have a Department of Public Works and a Department of Facilities Engineering to include our GIS, which is does our mapping. So in a lot of ways, we're a lot like a small town or community. On the Army side, as well as the Air side and the Coast Guard side, we all kind of have the same kind of redundancy, so to speak, for our own respective sides. We also have a Department of Logistics, Range and Security Operations, so we run the Bourne Gate and as well as the Sandwich Gate, as well as the Northern Training Area, the 15,000 acres. With that, we have an integrated training area management, so that is the department which manages our training lands. So it's not only habitat for our soldiers that train out there, but it's also habitat for a lot of state and endangered species, so it's a very symbiotic relationship. They are coupled with our environmental resources, who also assist in that effort, in our groundwater study program, which, as you know, is doing a lot of the cleanup of the water in the aquifer that lies below that impact area. So who do we cater to and what are our capabilities? We are a level 3 training site, and what that means is we have the resources to train a brigade size element within our cantonment area. So in the integrated, I would say it's a simulation type scenario and training environment, but we also cater to a platoon size, live fire maneuver size element within the training area. So we do have 15,000 acres. We can put a much bigger element out there, but when we are looking to validate, as far as the way the Army looks at it, we are looking to validate a platoon size element in our training area. I would say, all right, yeah. So brigade size would be about 3,500 personnel. A platoon size would be about 40. So, and it echelons up from there. So it goes from platoon to a company, to a battalion, and to a brigade. So 40, 150, 800, 3,500. So that's the echelon, how we echelon that up in the Army for an infantry maneuver size element. So we have a lot of simulation, so we have what we call a Janus building, which does a lot of simulations on site. We're looking to increase that facility. We have a tactical training base, which you may have seen if you come on Connery Ave. That has all the HESCO barriers, and it resides within there, a lot of tent. And it's really our transition from the cantonment area into the field. And we really cater to units such as the infantry unit, which and engineer units. We have 2 dig sites that we can use for engineer, and they can get stick time on their large equipment. Military, police, aviation, which I know you've seen. We also have a new unit called Cyber Unit, which also works at Camp Edwards. And transportation, and like I said, battalion, brigade, special forces, and emergency services, as the general had alluded to. We have that police academy coming in, and possibly a fire academy as well. So it's really, like I said, it caters not only to the soldier, emergency services, but also, like I said, it's symbiotic with our habitat that we're trying to preserve for state and endangered species. So how do we manage that training land in the north? We have prescribed fires. We're trying to preserve a pine barren within our training area. We will also integrate grasslands in there, which is great habitat for birds, as well as turtles and salamanders. And I mean, there's a whole slew that we really take a lot of care in order preserving habitat for. Like I said, also for our soldiers. Vernal pools is another new type of environment that we have realized has listed species in it, so we are preserving listed vernal pools. And then also we have deer hunts and turkey hunts that we have on a regular basis during the hunting season, and that really caters to the civilian population that wants to come out there and hunt, helps manage the deer and turkey population that we have. And I think it's a good way of really bringing those 2 entities together, 3 entities together. The game as well as the civilian population and the military. So, like I said, a very symbiotic relationship. So economic impact, So in the past 10 years, we've brought in about $65 million worth of MILCON as major military construction. Some of our projects include the Utes, which is essentially a gigantic, it's where we have all our mechanics work on our vehicles. We have 3 groundwater treatment facilities that we've built in our Regional Training Institute, which is considered that like a small college. That's where we train a lot of our academics as well. $50 million in sustainment restoration money has come into the base, and that is really where we maintain our facilities. That's the type of money that comes in every year, and we maintain that money, maintain those facilities. And then we've had about $500,000 soldier days. So those are soldiers that are coming in for AT, as well as our IDT, which is our annual training in the summer and our weekends. And so those are their, they train in the base, but at night they're down on the Cape, going to restaurants or some of the other facilities, some of the beaches sometimes down here as well. So they are in the community. Next 10 years gets a little better. We're looking at about $100 million of projects. We have a multi-purpose machine gun range that we're about to build, which will be complete in 2022. That's where we'll be training on our machine guns. We have an ARF, which is where we do our small arms training. That's going to get a small extension onto that. We have an armory, which just got approved for 2028. That'll be about another $30 million into that we'll be building there. So like I said, we have a lot going on. It's getting better, and I think it has a large impact on the Cape. That's essentially the bottom line of this slide. With that, I'm going to pass it on to the 102nd Intel one and Colonel Gaglio.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Colonel Ginger Gaglio. I'm the commanding officer of the 102nd Intelligence Wing. So first of all, I just want to say thank you for inviting us here this evening. I think this is the second time I've presented to the town of Barnstable, and it's a pleasure to get to know the town as well. I'm a resident of Falmouth, and I've been here on the Cape almost 30 years. So just an overview of the 102nd Intelligence Wing. It's got about almost 1,300 airmen assigned to it in 5 very diverse groups underneath, all on Joint Base Cape Cod. Only about a third of those people are full-time personnel. The rest are drill status guardsmen, and come in 1 week in a month and then several weeks out of the year, although a portion of them is mobilized in place every year for our intelligence missions. So the overview, it's just a picture graph of the different types of missions we do. The 102 and the 202 ISRG, those are intelligence groups and have very different intelligence missions. We've got one that does analysis of remotely piloted aircraft and piloted aircraft worldwide. That mission is conducted in our building on Joint Base Cape Cod, and those people are mobilized in place, a portion of them every year, for the United States Air Force and work for the combatant commander downrange in different areas around the world. That's a 24/7, 365 mission. The other one, 202 ISRG, it's a new intelligence mission, and it's intelligence, but it's focused on the cyberspace domain. So we don't do operations, we don't do cybersecurity. What we do is we answer questions for commanders and for operations pre and post on the cyberspace using intelligence methods, but really focused on those layers of the cyberspace. And that takes a very unique airman, very trained in both intelligence and in cyber specialties. Our 102nd Medical Group has an element that not only takes care of the airmen at the 102nd, but also we have a FEMA Region 1 domestic response in our wing. And so they are the medical response for FEMA Region 1, and they go in with the Homeland Response Force, and they do the medical decon if there were to be a chemical, biological attack here in the Commonwealth or the other states in this region. The 102 Mission Support Group is really our caretakers of the installation, and they also train to be deployed to do expeditionary combat support. There are civil engineers, our communications flight, our personnel, our services, all those things that run a base or run a town. In addition to that, we have a number of civilians within the 102nd Mission Support Group, and they run our utilities, both our wastewater, our water, and our electric, and then take care of the roads and grounds at Joint Base Cape Cod. And then finally, our third operational group, the 253 Cyberspace Engineering Installation. It is an engineering group that's focused on deploying to bases and laying down the microfiber that's needed to set up buildings long-term. It's not a rapid bare base. It's when you want to take a base and want to take them long-term and harden it, they go in and they lay the fiber. They also do a lot of projects here in the States for the United States Air Force in a deployed status. They have been updating 18 acres of White House communications over the last couple of years, and just finished the Strategic Command building in Nebraska, which is a nuclear command and control building and is only second to the Pentagon in size for the United States Air Force. So that's an overview of what the 102nd does. Very distinct missions, highly skilled airmen, and high morale. Next slide. Oh, I do it? Okay. Sorry. All right, so I'll focus on the operations that we do, and then I'll talk a little bit about some of our initiatives, which includes utilities. So as I talked about, we mobilize our airmen every year. A portion of them are mobilized in security forces right now, and our engineers and some other support specialties. We have people downrange, overseas deployed, and then we've also got those intelligence people that I talked about employed in place. Our new cyberspace intelligence mission just went initially capable. The end of this month will be initially capable, and that stood up 1 July of 2016. So for an intelligence mission, that's pretty quick, and we're already doing operational missions in very two distinct mission types. Recently, at the end of April, University of Massachusetts Dartmouth and the 102nd Intelligence Wing signed a partnership together, and that is a picture of Chancellor Johnson of University of Massachusetts Dartmouth, myself, and Congressman Keating signing an MOU. So the School of Engineering and Cybersecurity is going to be partnering with the 102nd to look at opportunities where we can collaborate with them and vice versa. We can mentor some of their students and show them capabilities that are used from an operational perspective, and then they can come to us and give us mobile training teams for different things that we may need to keep our skills sharp. So it's got a lot of opportunity. It's initially the signing's just been done, and we're excited about where we could take this in the future. And then finally, we do domestic response. Because we are National Guardsmen, we not only do federal operations, but we do stuff for the governor if needed. So we responded to the gas explosions in the Merrimack Valley late last year, and we do standard operations, domestic operations for the Esplanade Marathon and other exercises. All right, so getting on to some initiatives that we have. So when we re-rolled from a fighter wing to an intelligence wing, we had a lot of overhead excess, overhead for utilities, roadways, land that we no longer needed. And so we've been trying to divest land off our real property books, get it to the people who actually use it, or give it back to the Commonwealth and remove the Air Force from the lease so that it can be used for other purposes in the Commonwealth. And then we're taking a look at those utilities, both electric, wastewater, and water, and seeing if we can privatize that. And I know that the town of Barnstable put in a letter of interest recently for that, and we do have other letters of interest. It is a federal facility. It is federally funded 100% by the Air Force. And so I've taken all that, all those letters, and sent them to the Air National Guard and worked pretty closely with them in giving them an overview of where we are with, because they're in Washington, they don't understand the viewpoint of the Cape and the needs of the Cape. And so I've tried to articulate that to them and make them understand how a partnership with Barnstable would be worthwhile, but also give the pros and cons of any option that might be brought to the table. So I'm giving them the information, they're reviewing it, they're also looking at legalities for different options, and they're going to get back to me. So in the meantime, I'm looking forward to working with the town of Barnstable, and I hope it's something that we can move forward on. But I'll take any questions at the end on that if you have
Please.
that. Also, intergovernmental support agreements. So General Foe alluded to an Army community partnership that we had on the base a few months ago. and it looked for opportunities where we could save money. So we do a lot of local contracting for services. I'd also like to start to look at the towns, the 4 Upper Cape towns, as well as the town of Barnstable. What are some capabilities that you have, that you can do, that we can enter into an intergovernmental support agreement, pay you instead of doing a local contract, and save money? It's been done countrywide, and they've shown that you can save about 80% by working with the towns. So I look at that as an opportunity in the future, and you saw the landmass of Joint Base Cape Cod. So I think that there could be a lot of goodness there. Our main thoroughfare into the installation is Connery Avenue. It is on the Bourne side of the installation and is in really bad disrepair. I've been working really hard to work with the Guard Bureau to get funds for that, and I'm successfully going to be receiving those at the end of this year, and we'll get that repaved. And it really serves the other branches of the military on Joint Base Cape Cod, because we're behind a fence line and we have our own entrance. We stood up a microgrid on the 102nd side of Joint Base Cape Cod. It's initially capable right now. It's the only operational DoD wind turbine microgrid. There are other ones, but they're test centers. So we're pretty proud of that. It gives us both energy security and resiliency to the airmen of the 102nd as we conduct those intelligence operations. And then finally, we're in the midst of doing some historical refurbishment on the base, and we'll be having a naming ceremony for the F-86 that you see there. We've got a former pilot of the 102nd coming out, and astronaut of, he was the lunar module pilot on Apollo 9, Mr. Rusty Schweikert. He'll be coming out on Saturday to help us name that aircraft. So those are my slides. I'm going to pause there before I hand it over to the next speaker and take any questions you might have.
I have questions, but I think if you're okay, Colonel, I'd love to just finish that presentation. There's probably 2 or 3 of you we think will be exacting questions upon.
Absolutely.
So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Steve Mellon. I'm the support officer for the 6th Space Warning Squadron. I apologize, my back's to a few of you. The Cape Cod Air Force Station on the 6th Space Warning Squadron, we were that little blue dot that General Foe, alluded to up on the top of the base. We are North America's solo or only East Coast early warning radar. Our main job is to provide missile warning for the United States and our allies. We have a secondary mission of space surveillance, where our radar system is able to track satellites as they pass over our site. We're able to share that information. It goes into a catalog or a database called the Space Catalog that is used to track everything that's in orbit. We're pretty excited. We're finishing up right now a upgrade of our system. So later this year, we'll actually become part of the missile defense system for the United States. Our site tracks approximately 20 launches every year. Most of those come either from Cape Canaveral or from Wallops Island in Virginia. And we also, as we mentioned, satellites, we track about 3 million satellite passes a year. That's not only satellites, but space debris, rocket booster bodies, that type of thing that are orbiting the Earth. Compared to the other organizations on the Joint Base, we're relatively small. We have about 135 personnel. That's about 90 military. There's 5 or 6 of us civilians, and then about 40 contractors that operate the site. It's also most folks don't realize that we're a binational organization. We actually have 2 members of the Royal Canadian Air Force that are assigned to our organization that are the space operators that track the missiles and satellites. We're part of the 21st Space Wing, headquartered at in Colorado Springs at Peterson Air Force Base. And we are the first PAVPOD site. We've been operational now since 1980. It's 24/7, 365, and we're pretty excited. Next year, early next spring, we'll be celebrating our 40th anniversary. We operate the site on about a $4 million budget. That includes not only the operation of the radar itself, but all the infrastructure that goes along with our site. We are a small organization, so we are heavily reliant on the other organizations. We get support from virtually everyone else on the Joint Base. Many of our military folks live in Coast Guard housing. We use their medical clinic. And I can't even begin to list the support we get from the 102nd, and actually we're smack dab in the middle of Camp Edwards, and they're very good to us as well. But even more important than that is the support we get from the local community. We have agreements with many of the local fire departments and police departments. The Mass State Police is actually our primary responders up where we are. But more than that, you know, we're in the local community. Our kids go to local schools, and we're very happy, very excited about the support we get. I have been stationed at a number of Air Force bases throughout the United States and overseas, and I have to tell you, the level of support we get from Cape Cod is just unbelievable. You don't see it anywhere else you go. A few other things that we've been fairly busy. I'm sure as you've passed over the Sagamore Bridge, you've seen the 4 wind turbines that are up there. Some folks like them, some aren't happy with it, but the 4 turbines up there, 2 of them belong to us at the 6th Space Warning Squadron. We've been pretty fortunate since they've been installed. They've been offsetting a significant portion of our electricity bill every year, well over $1 million, so we're very excited on that. Also, I mentioned earlier, we're in the middle, or actually in the final stages of a $125 million upgraded early warning radar system program, where it basically takes a lot of the internal structures of the radar, takes it from about 1970s technology, upgrades us to 1990s, almost something close to 2000. But it's a huge upgrade for us. It's giving us a lot more capability, and it's going to allow us to operate for many years in the future. So pending any questions, that's all we have for Cape Cod Air Force Station.
Good evening. My name is Captain Scott Langham. I am the commanding officer of Air Station Cape Cod. I just took over command about a year ago, so I was unable to make this presentation to this forum last year, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm honored to be the commanding officer of the best air station in the Coast Guard, and I have the best job in the Coast Guard. I am fortunate enough to work with 180 men and women who stand the watch 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We provide search and rescue and law enforcement capabilities from the aviation perspective for the U.S. Coast Guard from the Canadian border down to the New Jersey border and into the Great Lakes. So we are the only air station for the Coast Guard in New England. We have 2 different aircraft that we fly. You see them overhead all the time training. We have the HH-60 Jayhawk and the HC-144 CASA, fixed wing and a rotary wing aircraft that you'll see coming and going out of Joint Base Cape Cod. We also have a unique group of folks that work in partnership with us, and that's the Coast Guard Auxiliary. They have a fleet of about 200 members. They are all volunteers, civilian volunteers, and they fly about 40 aircraft, and they augment Coast Guard missions, again, throughout that whole region from Maine down to New Jersey as well. So they're an amazing group of people who volunteer their time and talents to help the Coast Guard on their missions on any given day. One of the things that I instilled when I took over a year ago is 3 guiding principles of people, partnerships, and proficiency. First off, I want to say thank you. I'd like to echo the comments of those at this table that the men and women of Air Station Cape Cod live in the towns surrounding Joint Base, and the support and that they receive from the communities, the schools, is nothing short of amazing. In my 26 years, I've lived in 14 different states, and this is just an absolute blessing to live here on the Cape and be part of this fabric of this community. From the proficiency standpoint, that's what you see us doing every day. We're out training, we're hoisting, we're working with the small boat stations throughout the Cape and New England. I'd like to highlight 2 cases that were noteworthy in the last year. The first one is the fishing vessel Sea Star. In February of 2018, about 18 miles off the coast of Martha's Vineyard, the boat started taking on water, so we launched a crew out to deliver a dewatering pump from the helicopter. The boat sank out from underneath the aircraft as they arrived on scene, so it went from a dewatering evolution to a rescue, and they were able to take all 4 of the fishermen, bring them back on board the aircraft, and deliver them safely back to Martha's Vineyard. More recently, the fishing vessel Aaron Melissa was about 60 miles off the coast of Maine, started taking on water at 2 in the morning, had time to make 1 mayday call. All 4 fishermen jumped in the water wearing nothing but their neoprene survival suits, and we were able to launch out our 144 aircraft. They found them, vectored in our MH-60T helicopter. Our rescue swimmer deployed into the water into 30-foot seas and 50 knots of wind. Swam over, one by one, rescued each of the fishermen from the lifeboat. or from the life raft, and brought them safely on board the aircraft. For his heroics, Petty Officer Kelly has received the Secretary of Homeland Security's Medal of Valor and was recognized as the National Helicopter Association's Rescue of the Year for 2018. So that's a little bit of the work that we do on the search and rescue side. Also equally as important is the work we do for law enforcement. As you are well aware, the fishing industry in New England is the most prosperous in the nation. It's about a $14 billion industry, and one of our primary jobs every single day is to make sure that people are fishing legally in the right spots and the right people are fishing in our waters. And so we actively patrol the waters from Canada down to New Jersey to make sure that we are fishing, people are fishing in accordance with the laws. We also send our crews down to the Caribbean to support the counter-narcotics operations. This year we helped seize about $18 million worth of cocaine using the sensors on board of the aircraft from Air Station Cape Cod. Last, I'd like to talk a little bit about the partnerships, and this is again getting back to the support that we enjoy with the local communities. We train on a daily basis with the local police and fire departments to support our search and rescue missions. We provide ramp space for the town of Barnstable to do their defensive driving classes with your police, and we also do an we just finished an urban search and rescue joint exercise with the Army Guard and U.S. Coast Guard. And then we also work with the DoD active duty elements as well to support search and rescue training throughout the year. So those are some of the things that we have done. One more point I'd like to brag on my team. We did receive this 2018 Standardization Excellence Award as the outstanding HC 144 unit throughout the whole Coast Guard. So the men and women at Air Station Cape Cod are working hard to provide you with the services that you need to be the brightest light in the darkest nights. So thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Captain Mike Hudson. I'm the commanding officer of Coast Guard Base Cape Cod. And before I get to the elements of the slide, I'll just echo what Steve and Captain Langham said, that the gratitude for the citizens of the town of Barnstable and the other Upper Cape communities, particularly at the beginning of this calendar year when the Coast Guard was faced with some pretty hard times during the lapse in appropriations of the government. And the way the community stepped up to support your Coast Guard was just absolutely astounding, very appreciative, and truly has made it a wonderful place to live, as Captain Langham has said. So you heard all the great missions and cases that, that Captain Langham discussed there. We as an organization, as a Coast Guard, decided a few years ago that we wanted them to focus exclusively on mission, on maintaining their aircraft, training their crews, and safely flying the missions. And as a result, we carved out essentially all the support functions from what was historically the air station and stood up a separate base. And your own Andy Clyburn was the commanding officer who pulled off that separation and stand-up of Base Cape Cod. So I'm essentially the landlord for all Coast Guard activities on Joint Base Cape Cod. I do that with a crew of about 250 people, active duty and civilian. The tenants that I have are the units that you see listed there in addition to the air station. We have Maritime Safety and Security Team Cape Cod, which came down from Boston last summer, just about a year ago. It's a 55-member active duty organization that's now garrisoned here at Base Cape Cod. Port Security Unit 301 is a mostly reserve unit that is currently activated and deployed to Guantanamo Bay in support of the Joint Task Force down there. And then a few smaller commands, the Fisheries Training Center and so forth. In addition to the excuse me, in addition to the units on base, I'm also tasked with supporting the regional Coast Guard activities as well. In particular, Sector Southeastern New England, which is headquartered down there in Woods Hole, who has small boat stations everywhere from Point Judith, Rhode Island, out to Provincetown and out onto the islands of the Vineyard and Nantucket. Let's see. I will not go through all these individual things. You can pretty much guess that I run a small town with a large airport. So as talking to Mr. Ells, he runs a large town with a smaller airport. But simply put, you know, of the 22,000 acres of Joint Base Cape Cod that General Foe mentioned, the Coast Guard manages about 3,600 of those acres. That color slide that you saw at the beginning, we that was ownership, not necessarily use. And so we manage a great deal there. And so we have all those functions that you would expect for a small town, public works and so forth. A couple things I will highlight. We still have a lot of family housing on base, 215 family housing units on base and about 55 family housing units off base, mostly on the Vineyard and Nantucket, a little bit out in Harwich. So that's a pretty big task of ours as well. And then outside the fence line, again, I kind of talked about the regional support, but that geographic area that Captain Lang mentioned from New Jersey to Canada, there's about 4,500 Coast Guardsmen in that area, and we handle their pay. So that servicing personnel office line on the slide there is really a pay and entitlements and benefits office for all the Coast Guard members from New York up to the Canadian border. And then the last thing I'll leave, and I've come across this from time to time in my conversation with folks out in the community, particularly retirees who come back because they love Cape Cod and maybe they were stationed here 10, 15 years ago, and they don't realize that after BRAC, that General Foe mentioned, all those wonderful recreational opportunities that were on the base still exist. So the answer is yes, we still do have a golf course and a theater and a bowling alley and a campground and all the other things that were there previously. So if you have a veterans news bulletin board or something with the town, it's not a bad idea to say, hey, check out Joint Base Cape Cod. There's a lot of activities available for people who are coming back to the area, particularly this time of year. And that's it from Base Cape Cod, pending your questions.
Councilors, any questions of the presentation we've had tonight? Hearing none, I'd like to move towards, I'm sorry, yes. Council Biedenbender?
Not a question, just so much as a couple of comments. Just want to thank you so much for your service, and thank you for coming here for this wonderful presentation. I wouldn't be on Cape Cod if it weren't for Joint Base Cape Cod. I came here as a wife of a coastie in 1994 and a flight mech, and one of the first words my daughter learned to say was hangar. So thank you very much. And you neglected to mention that one of the things the Coast Guard does as well, it airlifts highly endangered Kemp Ridley turtles down to Florida, so thanks so much for that too. So thank you again for your service.
Councilor Levesque?
I just wanted to mirror Councilor Biedenbender's praise. It's really, and especially as the General mentioned, the 75th anniversary, to seem such a great presentation from our armed forces. Very humbling. And also, too, to Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Porter. I grew up in Freetown. I don't know if you recognize me.
I do recognize
yeah. And so I graduated a year ahead of Lieutenant Colonel Porter, and you do Freetown very proud. And you were a leader in high school, and you're a leader now. So I just wanted to recognize that in small world. And I love these moments, and I wasn't going to miss the opportunity to mention that. So thank you very much. It's good to see you.
Who threw the better snowballs, though? Come on, you two, let's go. Matt did. Yes, Council Cullum.
I just have a quick question. It's you guys provide such a vital role to Cape Cod and with Cape Cod, and I'm sure all of us were very happy to support during that lapse of government support for you, and we appreciate it. Do you ever do field trips for kids?
All the time.
All the time. Okay, because that would be an amazing. I know I have an 11-year-old boy, and he would be like ecstatic to see what you guys are doing there. So I think the superintendent's in the house, isn't she? Yeah, there she is. So I just thought I'd send a shout out, because that would be an amazing kind of pipeline for service. And we're always looking for ways to loop our youth back in and give them a place to stay. The other thing is you guys have mastered the acronym, and it's like my head's still spinning. So I'm going to go home and watch this again later and try to figure it all out. But it's amazing, the acronyms. Thank you.
Just to get back to the tours real quick, if you go to U.S. Coast Guard Air Station Cape Cod, our Facebook page, our public affairs officer has a link there, and we love giving tours. Obviously, being pilots, we like to talk about ourselves and what we do. So we'd be happy to give a tour and talk about not only just what we do at the air station, but just safety on the water as well. It's something that outreach is one of our partnership initiatives. Absolutely.
And that's available for all the services, and we actually do tours of the entire base. Sitting in the back there hiding, but he's the executive officer to me, and probably the guy who does most of the work out there is Paul Rendon. I know many folks here have Paul's contact. If you're looking for this body to go out and have a tour of the base, please contact Paul. Love to have you.
Thank you for that offer.
Do some golf and
Councilors?
maybe film.
Yes, Councilor Dagwan.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It was nice to hear all the things that you do. We know that you're here, but we don't really know all the different kinds of things that you do throughout your different entities. I wanted to know, you talked about housing. I'd like to know how many people are housed on base and what you have off base. And my second question would be about cyber intelligence. What kind of missions are more prevalent, I guess, at this time? Or
All right, I'll take the housing piece, at least from the Coast Guard perspective. So we have 215 family housing units on base, and pretty high occupancy rate right now, and probably close to 20% of those units are filled by members of the 6th Space Warning Squadron. So it's not just exclusively Coast Guard housing, but other service housing as well on base. I would say between the air station, the base, and sector and its small boat stations, there's several hundred Coast Guard active duty Coast Guard members who are cycling through here every 2 or 3 years. And so a relatively small portion of them live in on-base housing. I would say maybe a third of local Coast Guard members live in housing. So, and again, it's also geared for family housing, and there's a lot of single Coast Guard members and that wouldn't qualify for the family housing. So, as for cyber intelligence, I'll defer to Colonel Gaglio.
Hello, ma'am. So cyber intelligence, it's hard to explain without getting classified. So I'll do my
Sounds
best.
intriguing, though.
Yeah, I'll do my best. I'll do my best to kind of, in layman's terms, explain it. So, when you talk about cyber intelligence and it being a domain, we fight wars on air, land, sea, space now, and cyberspace. So, you may have heard of different things in the political realm, things that have been manipulated, maybe not been manipulated. That's all in the cyberspace domain, right? So it's not just computers, but it's the different layers that people operate within that. So our intelligence professionals are knowledgeable of those layers, right? They're also knowledgeable on how to analyze information, make sense of it, and then be able to give it back to the people who are asking questions. As Air Force Cyber Intelligence Unit, we work for U.S. Cyber Command in the United States Air Force, and we're given different operations to give information to. And that's about really all I can say. But we do it quite well, and it was one of the things that attracted the 102nd in getting this mission is we were able to make the case that we already had a lot of the infrastructure because of our other mission that we had. We had a lot of the intelligence facilities. We had already seeded a group of people that had these kind of capabilities. And I'll tell you that it's a great opportunity for airmen that come in. They get a lot of really interesting training that is incredibly marketable on the outside, all while getting free state tuition and fees waived for any Massachusetts state school, because we have phenomenal benefits in the Commonwealth for our veterans and military members. So it's a win-win. You bring your 18-year-old airmen come in, and within 6 months they have some very marketable skills.
Through you, Mr. President. One more question. You talked about satellites, surveillances and things. And I just wondered, do you encounter any UFOs or sort of things you can't explain?
Remember, this is being televised.
You don't get no secrets, just, yeah.
As Captain Hudson says, we're very active in tracking Santa Claus when he comes through that.
Yes,
No,
Santa Claus,
we really
NORAD.
haven't had any issues with those.
Okay, thank you for all you do, all of you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, councilors? All right, I'm going to Lieutenant Homeboy Porter first for my question. When you were talking about land management, which is a big issue for all of our towns between wood ticks, disease, being overrun by certain types of species, we've had great discussions in this hall about the chemicals we're using, and certainly your base has been very sensitive to chemical issues. Could you tell us some practices that you are undertaking on the base to ensure that, whether it's burn, whatever is all in the mix there?
So as far as chemicals, and I'm assuming you're talking about how we would manage the training lands and how we would, open up new training areas against invasives and that type of stuff. So we do mostly prescribe burning in order to control invasives. Second to that, we'll do a lot of mechanical, so mowing and that type of stuff. We do, on occasion, we use some chemical, but rest assured, it is definitely pre-screened. It has to go through our Science Advisory Council before anything's ever approved, and there's always science to back up anything that we ever do on that base.
And they're professionals who handle it at all times?
Professionals that always handle it, yes, sir.
Thank you. I would like to ask the general to come to the mic for a minute so we could have some discussions on personal things that we're working on together.
Okay.
You've been terrific, and you not only have a host of problems on your side of the fence, now you're starting to take some from our side of the fence. So we want to thank you for the effort. But if you would like to talk a little further about how you feel about the training facility and what you will get to in the next 10 years, because you have been put forward a yeoman's effort to assist the towns for police training, and now we're talking about the fire training. So if you could address
So
those issues.
first of all, that's a team effort. Everybody here helps with that because we have to go through all the iterations of, environmental review, our future review. We got to make sure that, I don't plan something that's going to affect a future plan of another organization. So it's really a team effort. Again, we are looking to create the region's premier training facility. What that involves is, again, we started with police because during the community partnership, there was a resounding call from the police chief to say, we don't have the training venues we need. We don't have the range time and all of the other training venues that help make the community safe. We don't have them. So that was a shot heard around the world, brought that back to the Adjutant General, Major General Gary Keefe, and that's when we kind of made the change from the industrial vision to a law enforcement, first responder training vision. I can tell you what we've proposed. Unfortunately, no funding. However, I did receive yesterday our first draft, if you will, made it through the first cut in DHS. So hopefully we can look forward to some funding for next fiscal year. The ask was for $25 million over 4 years, concentrating on things like active shooter training centers, new high-tech indoor ranges. And we talked about the police, we call it EVOC, Emergency Vehicle Operations courses, an EVOC that would take care of both police, fire, and first responders. Obviously, police can turn tighter than the fire trucks and everything, so it would be a multiple, phased everything. But honestly, sir, it's kind of a blank slate. We have a lot of vision out there. I'm not a cop or a fireman, so I'm trying to identify and, if you will, design facilities. But luckily, I've had a lot of cooperation with the surrounding towns, telling me what they need. And I'll give you an example. The police chief from the town of Sandwich, Chief Wack, came to us and said, "I don't have a drive-on shooting range." He said, "We need to start looking at people shooting at our police while they're in their vehicles and how to handle it." It was kind of enlightening to us, and went through so we have a very. When they use weapons in the northern part of the reservation, it's under tremendous scrutiny, rightfully so. So we went to the committee, said, hey, how can we get to yes to do a proof of concept for a drive-on range? And actually, we're just waiting right now. We've already got the approvals where Sandwich Police is going to come out and do the proof of concept for driving on one of our ranges, and everything from shooting from the vehicle, using the vehicle as a barricade or whatever. And those are the kind of ideas that I'm hoping to get from the community. Again, we have tremendous response. I've actually met with, I think, 81 police chiefs, 3 sheriffs, and numerous barracks of state police, FBI, DEA. Amazing how much they really need this facility out here.
Yeah,
So
I
I
would
think
agree.
our efforts, not just the base, but the communities working together, I think we had a really good chance of making this one of the coolest places to train in New England.
You omitted saying that you extended your hand also to the county, so if we could talk about that, because I know space is at a premium, and you've been willing to give up your meet and greet storage area to get this done for us.
So we had been looking long-term with the police academy, trying to figure out, the longest term would be, obviously, somebody brings money to the table, whether it's us, whether it's the county, or whether it's combined, to build or upgrade a facility that they could own and occupy. Medium term was where we were looking at, and then out of nowhere, there was an issue with 4Cs. They needed a place to have the academy.
Yes.
So basically, the folks at this table bent over backwards, because normally our training season, basically May through September, Joint Base Cape Cod is pretty crowded, especially for Army training, and the property that they're going to be using is Army property. They bent over backwards to accommodate, and July is our first police academy, and that's going to be our proof of concept, and I'm very much looking forward to it, because I think it's going to show our leadership down in D.C. And the state, because remember, we work both for the president and the governor, that this is the way forward for Joint Base Cape Cod and the Cape Cod community.
Well, we can't thank you enough for your assistance there. It's greatly appreciated by our council.
Thank you.
If I could ask Colonel Gaglio to come to the mic and have some discussion on our letter of interest.
Yes, sir.
We're fortunate to have you at the helm when the call came and the discussion came, and we've had great conversations for a period of months, and now we all are in receipt, the councils are in receipt of the letter of interest. Could you describe the process one more time? I know you touched on it here, but how it may play out, and what is a realistic time frame that you see under the letter of interest?
So let me take a step back. The bottom line is I don't have a good answer for you on the last question you asked, the timeline. We've been trying to divest this for quite some time. We worked with Mass Development, which was part of the Mass Task Force and for the Commonwealth for about 4 years in kind of sole negotiations with them. And that they made a business decision under the new CEO to step away from that kind of about a year and a half ago. And it was a surprise to all of us. So at that point, because it's a federal facility and it's SAF, IEI, Secretary of the Air Force, Installations, Environmental, and something else, IEI. Okay. It's her decision on what is decided for this, but she's delegated that authority down to the Air National Guard Bureau in Andrews Air Force Base. So I work with them on a regular basis. They told me to go out and find someone who was interested, hopefully within the community. So through the Army Community Partnership, I started to look, right? And I'm just going to give you a brief history so you can understand where we got, where we are. So at the time, the Upper Cape towns really weren't interested, any single one of them, in taking lead on the project. They were interested in the capacity in the future, but not necessarily taking lead. The tribe at the time, before there was a decision that they weren't going to be able to receive federal lands and a couple other legislative things that kind of changed the metrics for them, said that they were interested for some of the same reasons. And so I spent about 9 months to a year working with them. And then I had to step away from negotiations with them because they just couldn't prove a good business plan for me. So that kind of left with no interested party. In the meantime, I told the Air National Guard, hey, I need some help with this project. You need to help me find a partner. So they started looking as well and found a for-profit company that has given them a proposal that they're looking through whether there's a legal way for them to do an exchange on it. At the same time, the 4 Upper Cape towns got 2 grants from the Commonwealth to look at wastewater, a wastewater plan. And then I think it was maybe 5 months ago, the town of Barnstable entered in as the 5th town on that state grant to look at wastewater. So Barnstable's been very quick to make decisions and assess the situation, and so I applaud your efforts on that. The letter of interest has been given to the Air National Guard Bureau for review, and really they would be the signatory. So I talked to them almost every day and say, you know, that I've given them the culture of Cape Cod and the problems that we have, and the immediacy of us needing to make some decisions. They're going to get back to me. So I really don't have an answer for you on that. I would expect very soon, but other than that, I can't really tell you. Probably by the end of the month.
When we look at the condition the asset is in right now that we're all talking about
Sure.
taking over, could you give us a brief overview of your opinion of the condition of the asset?
So the water distribution system is not in great shape. It's in marginal to poor shape because it hasn't had the upgrades through the years that it needed. It was designed in the 1940s, and it's had repairs made because we can't have a revolving fund. We are a by-year, fiscal year purpose. We haven't been able to put into the plant like we'd like to. But it is repaired. We've got two water towers and miles of water pipes. The wastewater treatment plant has been upgraded a couple different times, most recently in the early 2000s. And it's in satisfactory shape. It's not in fantastic shape, but it's in satisfactory shape. And it uses about half the capacity that it's currently got right now with the JBCC users. So the current users of Joint Base Cape Cod, to include the sheriff's office, uses about half the capacity of that treatment plant. It would be run better if it was being at full capacity or near full capacity because it's better for the plant to do that. The effluent pipe that runs from the treatment plant out to the canal, which is that treated water that goes to the rapid infiltration beds and then slowly goes into the canal and is washed out, it's been using about a third of the current capacity that Mass DEP, Department of Environmental Protection, has given us for that. So there is some excess capacity in its current state. For the 4 Upper Cape towns and certainly for Barnstable, to take advantage of it, we would have to expand not only the wastewater treatment plant, but also the effluent discharge for the Mass DEP. So that's kind of a small overview. Without my notes, I wouldn't want to get into specifics.
No, we're just trying to talk in generalities.
Sure,
And again,
absolutely.
I think it's important that all the councils have a chance to think about this and speak with you as they choose. We have inherited, or we chose to buy, a Hyannis Water Company, which sounds like it was built and run about the same way yours is. So we actually have quite a bit of experience on miles of pipe that have been deferred maintenance and money.
Sure.
When you look at the program of a for-profit group and then you look at our regional aspect, the for-profit group it's my understanding that there may be no limitation on how fast they advance the ball and how fast they procure the costs and what effect it might have on the ratepayers, where sensitively are all the regional government entities that are talking about grouping together and have to make their own agreements if in fact we ever get there, to ship towards you. So we have, I feel, a different concept about how we would amass charges, how we would amass improvements, and so forth.
Sure.
We also have had great studies of the mass development study. We've taken the time to go through that at length. We've taken the time to see a number of aspects on that, and still we're not scared off it. So we want you to know that this is something that falls within our bailiwick. We're very fortunate with a very strong financial group that will help us establish criteria here to advance forward, and we hope you could give us every consideration possible.
Absolutely, and so it's not wasted on me, the effort that's already happened in a very short period of time. And then I've communicated that to the Air National Guard Bureau. And I really have tried to give them an objective look at the pros and cons of a for-profit versus a town option. And certainly there's speed in one, but there's also long-term ramifications and opportunities in the other. So I've tried to balance that out so they could take a look at that. And then there's also just the legalities of any kind of exchange agreement with whether it's a town or a for-profit, making sure that it's solid.
Well, you know,
And that's something that the Air National, I've asked the Air National Guard to take a look at. work with Ms. Miller's staff and the Secretary of the Air Force on. So it's pretty complicated, but I have been trying to give them I've been trying to give them the local objective thought process and all that.
And we may have a leg up on leasing and so forth too, is what we're gathering from our side of the fence. So thank you very much. Councilors, I would open it one more time before I thank everybody for their commitment today. Yes, Councilor Rap Cressetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all for your presentations. Just to follow up on one of your comments, Mr. President, was there a fund established when the discharge permit was put in place, an immediate repair and replacement fund for the wastewater treatment plant?
No, so
So it didn't have to comply with CMR?
So yes, it's got to comply with Mass DEP standards.
No, but in that law, when a wastewater treatment plant is, or when a discharge permit
Right.
is given, a fund, a special fund has to be established for immediate repairs. Is there any fund that goes along with the wastewater treatment plant?
Please take them. Thank you.
The answer is yes and no. So because we are a federal entity, we cannot establish that fund.
So
The
and you had mentioned.
The expectation is when something happens, we fix it. And it's a legality, so we've had our discharge permit for quite some time. We do not have that fund in place.
So monies don't come along with it.
So that's one of the challenges in us owning the utility, right? Because if the town of Barnstable sets up a revolving account, I'm sure, and plans out regular repairs to the plant. They don't wait for failure, or they probably have spare services, on file, just like any company would. Because it is federally funded, and we can go to the federal funds at any time when there's a needed repair. That's how it's operated.
Okay.
We're also very restricted in how we bill the users on Joint Base Cape Cod. So the 102nd, even though we have the largest population group, I told you that only 420 of us are full-time, and we all live within the community. We don't live in Coast Guard housing for the most part. So we only use about 6% of the total capacity, or the current use, rather. The 6% of the current use right now. Very small portion.
Yeah.
So other entities use it. We can't charge them a fair market value because if they're federal entities, we're bound by a certain rate, which is much smaller than what a town would charge their residents. So there's an opportunity there, right?
What is the expected life of the plant right now? And that's my last question.
Yeah,
Any idea?
I don't want to guess. I don't
Okay.
want to guess.
All
But I
right.
can get you the information and get back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I know the four towns, and looking at the report that was put out, I mean, we're talking about millions of gallons that they'd be looking to treat or dispose of, or one or the other, or both. So, and then you add Barnstable to that, so it could be quite an upgrade and
Sure.
quite a facility. So-
Absolutely.
So, thank you for
But I
your,
will get the information. and get
thank you
back
so
to
much, appreciate it.
Assistant Town Manager, would you like to close out today's activities? Or
Thank you all for coming. It was a pleasure having you. Actually, I did want to have one shot on goal. Councilor Cullum mentioned that our superintendent should set up a field trip. I just want to mention that our superintendent has his son, Austin, who's currently a Coast Guard Academy cadet and hopes to be flying at the base one day. So
terrific.
thanks for coming out. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for coming out tonight.
Thank you. So, thank you all for this opportunity. This is, working on Cape Cod is awesome because we get this type of community support. Have a wonderful day, and go Bruins.
There you go. I would ask our town manager to come forward, please, for town manager's report, portion of our meeting.
Good evening, Mark Ells, Town Manager. This is my report for the period of May 17th through June 6th. We're proceeding with the tasks in the budget action calendar for FY 2020, and this evening we will continue with the second read of the appropriation orders for the Town of Barnstable's FY 2020 operating budget. And you can find our operating budget on our website homepage under notifications in the operating budget. On Tuesday, June 4th, I participated in a panel discussion hosted by the Greater Hyannis Civic Association regarding the Barnstable County Fire Training Academy. Barnstable County officials did announce that outdoor fire training exercises would cease as of June 15th, 2019. Our focus continues to be on the cleanup of the Barnstable County Fire Training Academy site. Representative Keating's office District Policy Advisor Andrew Nelson met with the Assistant Town Manager and I to discuss how we might assist on this matter, or they might assist on this matter. They've reached out to EPA and are coordinating a meeting with EPA, DEP, Barnstable County, and us in late June to discuss the next steps in cleaning up the site. We'll continue to keep you advised. We're coordinating with Fish and Wildlife regarding the future potential to site water supply wells on the 250-acre parcel owned by the Commonwealth that directly abuts the Hyannis public water supply. We continue our discussions relative to going out there late summer and install wells and take samples relevant to potential future water supply wells being located on that site. We've submitted a final agreement authorizing us to install. Fish and Wildlife have come back to us with some comments and conditions, and we're reviewing them right now. One of the things they're looking for a status on another Fish and Wildlife easement relevant to a bike path. So we're trying to make sure that they keep the two separate so we can move on this because the two timeframes are very different. And we plan to conduct that testing on this and other parcels later this summer. As stated at the last town council meeting, we've completed our new source alternatives evaluation report. We view the management of our public drinking water resources in three broad categories: managing the existing resource, establishing interconnects with abutting public water supply systems, and securing future potential public water supplies. And we're proceeding with public discussions on this report and the accomplishments of the associated tasks to identify and secure future potential public water supply locations within the town of Barnstable. Our DPW provided the Conservation Commission with an overview of the report, and a meeting is scheduled with the water purveyors, all of them, in July to view this report and other relevant issues. We do receive questions in the report. It prioritizes the various sites, but basically we need to be looking at all of the sites that they've identified. And I've given the town council a hard copy of the report. I've given all of you a summary of the report. So I would encourage you to go in and take a look at that. It really is a first look to try to identify where in town we would go out and put in these test wells and take both quantity and quality tests. We've got a long way to go before we secure a particular site. I think the report lists actually West Barnstable as the #1 site, but that's optimistic. I mean, given distance, and we have no information yet. So I think that, I'm a little concerned that we only have 6 or 8 primary sites, because when you go through a process like this, a report, an academic exercise or a scientific exercise may not yield the results. So I think it's important to keep all of them in the discussion. That's one of the, seems to be a consistent conversation that we're having. It is as though that first analysis that we've done, the #1 or #2 site should be the only ones we're looking at. I'm very concerned that we need, a half dozen to a dozen minimum going into this, with the hopes that we find a couple long-term that we'll be able to move forward with. So that's been one. There's been a couple of others. We're working with all of the districts to make sure that we coordinate with them with the good work that they've done in planning for their water systems, but also work with us to address this need to look town-wide at where, for the next 50 to 100 years, we may want to put new future potential water supplies. And all have been receptive at this point. It's been a very positive interaction, very collegial interaction. We'll keep you advised as we progress on this. On May 28th, on behalf of the town, I submitted the letter of intent that we've just been referring to, and I know that it was circulated to you all, but I put a copy of both the cover letter and the letter of intent in response to the statement of need issued by Joint Base Cape Cod regarding the town's interest in water and wastewater facilities at Joint Base Cape Cod. The letter of intent was received and taken under advisement, and I think they've explained thoroughly at this point where they are. This is an opportunity for us to add another potential option and to do it collectively with Sandwich, Mashpee, Falmouth, and Bourne. And so we were able to move quickly to respond to that so we wouldn't lose that opportunity for discussion. But as you've heard tonight, there's a lot of discussion to be had still. And it doesn't obligate us. We're just trying to hold the place so that we can move forward with a logical decision-making relevant to this opportunity. The Cape Cod Commission is responsible for tracking implementation of the Cape Cod-wide Water Quality Management Plan update, 208 plan update, and reporting to the US EPA on progress. The 2017-208 Plan Update Implementation Report included a recommendation that reports be developed to document action in each of the Cape communities, working with the US EPA and Mass DEP, and with feedback from the Cape Cod Water Protection Collaborative. The Commission established criteria to be included in these reports and has developed a draft for each community. The Barnstable report is attached for review. Best efforts have been made by the Commission staff to capture water quality and wastewater-related action. However, they want to be sure that they've included all pertinent information and that the information is accurate. Our staff is reviewing and providing feedback, additions, and/or edits by the end of the day, Friday, June 28th. Once feedback has been received, the Commission staff will incorporate any modifications and provide reports back to Mass DEP and US EPA. So we're on track with the requirements under the 208 plan. Please look at it. Any comments you may have, share with us. It's a fairly simple document, two sides. Town of Barnstable will continue with the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Certification process with the Commonwealth by presenting and distributing a draft of the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Report to the public at an information and listening session scheduled for June 11, 2019, 5 p.m. at Town Hall. This session will provide an opportunity for any member of the interested public to learn about the MVP process, review the results of the March 29th community workshop, and comment on priority action to improve resilience to the significant natural hazards that Barnstable may face. You can view, this is relevant to coastal resiliency. You can view the draft report and final information on other resilient efforts on the Planning and Development website. Barnstable and Yarmouth are one of 4 Massachusetts municipal teams selected by Locus and Smart Growth America, affiliated organizations advocating for healthy, prosperous, and resilient communities, to participate in the Massachusetts Opportunity Zone Academy. The Academy aims to ensure that Massachusetts communities are prepared to make the most of the federal opportunity zones Federal Opportunity Zone tax incentives. The Hyannis commercial and downtown area are designated opportunity zones. Participation in the academy consists of technical assistance to equip our community with the tools, skills, and knowledge necessary to promote sustainable growth and development. Our staff will meet with national and regional leaders and host locus experts to identify key community priorities and action items to achieve smart growth development, public and private investment, and equity goals. Finally, on June 5th, 2019, I received a letter that I've attached from Oceanside Performing Arts Center requesting access to our staff and information regarding the Armory site as a potential future location for a performing arts center. I plan to provide information as requested, but will advise that any future use of said parcel is subject to public procurement laws and that the town of Barnstable shall follow said laws in determining the utilization of the Armory site. It is my understanding that OPEC is evaluating 3 sites in Barnstable, of which the Armory is one. We will keep you advised of our efforts relevant to this matter. That's the end of my town manager report. Thank you.
Any questions, councilors? Yes, Councilor Biedenbender.
Thank you very much. Regarding the locus piece, can you just, for the public, just mention a little bit about what an opportunity zone is, and then how did this come apart? Was this something we applied for, or how does it, what's the genesis of it?
You would be better served if the next meeting I'll have Elizabeth Jenkins here to give you a full answer on that. Is she here? Oh, she is here. I did not know Elizabeth was here tonight. Elizabeth, why don't you come up? Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. Elizabeth Jenkins, Director of Planning and Development. I hoped you might ask that and have some questions, so I just have a little bit of a handout that describes a little bit more about the program and has a map on the back so you all know where the Hyannis Opportunity Zone is as well. So if you recall, the town of Barnstable responded to a request from the state of Massachusetts for potential designations of opportunity zones. So these are census tracts that have a particular sort of nexus of characteristics regarding population and economic activity. And it was fairly clear that the Hyannis census tract that you see highlighted there met the criteria. We were accepted again and federally designated into this new Opportunity Zone program. Essentially, it is a program that allows investors to set up dedicated opportunity funds and then defer capital gains if they keep those funds invested either in real estate or business opportunities in your community for a period of years. So it's essentially a tax incentive for investment that's supposed to help support sustainable and equitable development in communities. So the Planning and Development Department did apply to this program through Locus and Smart Growth America to participate in this Opportunity Zone Academy. Again, the idea being, you know, how do we best sort of leverage this federal designation? There are opportunity zones all across the country. How do we really make ours stand out and connect with developers and investors who are seeking to take advantage of this? So we were very pleased to be accepted. We were one of 4 Massachusetts communities, and we kick it off at the end of the month. Thank you.
Congratulations, thank you. Any other questions of the town manager? Yes, Councilor Hebert.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much for doing the report to the 208 compliance for the commission. I really appreciate it. Though I do notice on our map, we don't have a whole lot when we look at our Barnstable, West Barnstable, we look at the harbor and Millway. We don't have any indication there of major concerns.
Okay. It's
Okay. So because I am a member of the collaborative and I keep looking and keep hunting and stuff, I do want to point out to fellow councilors that I did have a total printout of a document from November 15, 2005, when you were still director of DPW. And I think the public needs to know that we've been working on some of these projects for a very, very long time. So I'm going to leave this extensive copy of this for any of my fellow councilors who want to look at it. And then on the title restricted of assault marshes, but again by the Cape Cod Commission, and this is a document going all the way back to 2001. And it talks about many of our drainage systems that lead from the ocean or lead from waterways to the ocean. And it's very, very extensive, the study. So I'm using this, and I put a copy of this through a good administrator in each of the councilors' boxes, because I think it's important to know the extent to which our town is sitting on top of this and working diligently to make things better for us. But it takes a long time. So I'm pointing out this is a document of 2001 where the study was intensive, already looked at, and step by step, we're trying to improve situations. We're coming up with funding, grants, taking care of our abatements. And so I want to thank the town manager and DPW and teams that continue to work on this and make the progress. But I want to emphasize that it's not an easy lift, and they're doing a great job, and I thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hebert. Councilor Snepp?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mark.
Yes.
I'm going to translate a couple of your comments regarding the New Source Alternatives Evaluation Report.
Yes.
And the Fish and Wildlife site.
Yes.
Because I believe in that report that is ranked as like 6 or F. So I think you were addressing the fact that we need to look at multiple sites, even if perhaps
Absolutely.
in this report, the Fish and Wildlife. What is your sense of timing in our ability to evaluate those other sites and, take action on those as well?
It is our hope to take action later this summer. I'll keep you advised. The initial action would be to access the site and to install a test well or wells, and then to take quality and quantity. So you pump it to see what it can pump and yield, and then you test the quality to make sure we're not going to be confronted with some of the challenges that we may have in other parts of town. And I do think, in having read the report, I didn't see that it was flawed in any way in its prioritization, but it was also a preliminary report that really didn't conclude with the level of information where a well will go. So I'm concerned that we only have a half dozen sites, truly. I think that very quickly, as we try to move forward with any of them, some of them town parcels, some of them county parcels, some of them state parcels. I even believe there might be some private. A lot of, if you go into the report, you'll actually see more than that. But for example, if you look at COMM, they've done a lot of good work in identifying where their future public water supplies could be located. And some of the parcels that we came up with were those same parcels, because they haven't been developed yet for their future potential. So we wouldn't want a conflict with anybody. When we get to this level of interacting, we certainly treat our districts as equals, and we want to come to the table with them and talk with them and try to come out with a mutually beneficial sort of opportunity here. So that's basically how we're approaching it.
Great.
Yeah.
Second question?
Follow up?
I'd also like to follow up on the letter of intent.
Yes.
I am very impressed with the town's ability to draft the detailed letter of intent that went to Joint Base Cape Cod, and the vision that we have to really make something maybe happen regarding our wastewater. It is a very large endeavor, and it sounds like there's a lot that may be out of our control in terms of whether anything actually happens. But what is the process in which we would be evaluating? Because there seems to be quite a bit of cost involved in the evaluation, and how would that proceed through our financial processes?
To be determined. A lot of it depends on that discussion back and forth. They're looking to give us an asset if we take it over. They would establish fees that would recover cost. We would have to also look at the capital investment that has been brought to light. We're well aware of it. And then we would move forward with either individually or collectively with 4 other communities operating a utility. Now, we do it already for water and wastewater, for larger facilities. So it isn't something that we don't currently do. We would, the real opportunity, I think, that we see here is not only the treatment, that's important, but it's the opportunity to discharge. Because we all know that it's getting more and more and more complex to take our wastes and to put them somewhere that doesn't have a kind of an impact, certainly on other down gradient receptors, specifically drinking water, but I think very quickly we'll be talking about emerging contaminants in our resource areas like our bays, just like we are talking about nitrogen now. So we got to be very thoughtful, not only about where we site our future drinking water, if we have that opportunity, but where we put our effluent. There isn't a lot of land left, certainly in Barnstable, but every town is faced with this. There is a lot of land at the base. So this is an opportunity that won't be replicated, and we want to make sure that we're able to have this discussion. I don't know what the outcome will be. So, just to Paul's question, if I might jump back for 1 minute, Councilor Hebert. I believe the shading is based on nutrient loading, and so the north side hasn't been identified as having the same challenges as all the southerly watershed areas, so that's why there's a difference in the shading. Not everybody here in the audience knows what we're talking about, but from my perspective, I almost have a reverse feeling about it, where it's kind of like the healthy person, you want to keep them healthy, and then you want to treat our bays, that's the healthy bay. Let's make sure we do everything to keep that healthy, and then we're going to have to manage the ones on the south side. So there's no lack of attention to Barnstable Harbor or the contributing recharge area to Barnstable Harbor. Yes, sir.
Anybody else? If I could get a small follow-up on Councilor Snepp discussion about water source areas and how they're ranked. When I saw that particular study, it seemed to just identify townwide what were the best sources. Well, we know that COM had already laid claim to one of those ones that were picked up. So I'm not real comfortable to suggest that it has great validity, because it transcends all of the district lines and all the boundaries and ownership. So I applaud your effort at Mass Fish and Wildlife, because we have infrastructure there. Even if they had a second round on those plans about infrastructure and what it would cost to harvest that water, we still know that Fish and Wildlife is a key process. So again, thank you. And what people are maybe lost in, because we've been fighting so long to get the opportunity to get on Fish and Wildlife, is that the other ones you want to test, you already have in queue. You are waiting, as I understand it, for Fish and Wildlife so we could put out for the drill company to come and do 6 or 7 sites.
Yeah, we've got an agreement with the county on the county farm, which is about 100 acres. I think some of the other larger ones are municipal. We do need to interact on conservation land, certainly. But I do believe, certainly for this first stage of sampling to determine if it's even feasible, I believe we'll have a very cooperative effort. But then once we get down to, okay, we're going to put a permanent well there, there'll probably be a more prolonged discussion. But we'll keep you advised step by step as we progress through this.
And we certainly applaud your effort to do so. This is an effort that has already been completed at COMM, but was never undertaken in the Barnstable Water District, which is now the Hyannis Water District. So we're grateful to go out, source out what's left, and try to identify a real plan for harvesting public well water. So thank you. Any other questions? You'd like to follow up? Sure.
When will we be expecting our next update on the comprehensive wastewater management plan?
Next meeting.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I would ask Councilor Cullum to move the minutes of the day, please.
Yes, I'd like to move the minutes from May 16th, 2019 as written.
I have a first and a second to move the minutes of the minutes of May 16th, 2019 as written. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? One abstention. Please record so. That's Councilor Steinhelber on the abstention. Thank you. Communications, councilors, from elected officials, boards, committees, staff commissions, reports, correspondence, and announcements, please. Yes, Councilor Tinsley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, through you. And we are at that time of year because between now and our next meeting will be the Greater Hyannis Civic Association car show, or chamber, excuse me. I actually saw a quote on a, obviously not obviously, but for those of you who know, I'm in the car business, and there's a particular automobile website, and I saw this quote, and it kind of blew me away. It said, "The Greater Hyannis Chamber of Commerce is host to one of the most exciting, colorful, and well-attended shows in the United States." So this is a big deal, folks. I believe it's sold out. It's the 25th annual. I've been going for years, and it's generally beautiful. That's why the car is up there. I believe it's 8:30 to 2:30. Besides all the beautiful cars, there's music, and on the town green this year, there's going to be concerts and stores, and it's just get down there, bring family, friends. It is a wonderful time on Father's Day on Hyannis Main Street.
Going down the line, yes. Councilor Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, in each of my fellow councilors' boxes is Get Outraged Cape Cod, and it's an invitation to the Cape Cod Regional Technical High School, and the discussion is about the dangers of it's for information about vaping, and substance abuse, inclusive of marijuana. And so this is open to all Cape Cod schools and to the public. So, but it would be great if any of you would like to attend. So again, the invitation is in your box, and this is for next Wednesday, June 12th, 6 p.m., and it starts with a free dinner. It's a cookout. Followed by some wonderful presentations. And it's put on by the Barnstable County Substance Abuse Prevention Collaborative, also the Town of Yarmouth Substance Awareness Committee, and the Cape Cod Regional Technical High School. Used to be kind of an in-house operation once a year in the early part of the year in the fall, and I requested, since I sit on the board, that they would open it up to all communities and invite everybody in. So I hope that you can join us. And then also a reminder that our June meeting of the Cape Cod Selectmen's Councilors Association will take place not tomorrow, but next Friday, June 14th. It'll be at the Hearth and Kettle in Hyannis at the Cape Cod, and it promises to be a wonderful conversation that I think you'd all enjoy. Thank you very much.
Councilors? Councilor Biedenbender?
Thank you, President Crocker. Two things, both just announcements. One is that this weekend on Sunday, starting in the morning, probably around 7:30 or so, the Tour de Barnstable is going to be riding through the 7 villages. It's a 38-mile bike ride. So we just want to alert you to give you a heads up so that if you see a lot of cyclists on the road, you just pay attention and be patient. And also a shout out to the BPD, who always does a great job in helping to make the tour safe. So thank you very much. Also, I am working with some of the local civic and association organizations in Precinct 4 in Centerville to organize beach cleanups. So starting on June 23rd, on Sunday at 8 a.m., We will be basically just volunteering time. Anyone who wants to join us is welcome to help pick up trash on Cobles, Craigville, and the Long Beach Conservation Area. And I know that DPW is going to help as far as helping to supply us with some bags and any other assistance that we need. But it is a volunteer effort, and it would be great if we could do this kind of thing across the town. So anyway, just let you know, 6/23 at 8 a.m. Meeting in the Craigville Beach parking lot. Thanks.
Councilors? Yes, Councilor Snap.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to make note that on Monday, Councilor Levesque and I were able to join the Recreation Commission and Patty Machado in reviewing all the recreation assets in the village of Marston's Mills. And I can't say how impressed I am with the amount of recreation assets we have. I think we're very fortunate, and this is just in one village, but also some of the worn edges, and I'm hoping that we can continue to prioritize our recreational assets in the future.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Hearing none, I'd move to the orders of the day, and with your permission, I'd take 2019-194 out of order, please. Hearing no abstentions, please come forward. Could I ask you to read, Councilor Cullum, 2019-194?
Item 2019-194, acceptance of fiscal year 2019 survey and planning grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the amount of $10,000 to complete the new Massachusetts Historical Commission inventory forms for historic properties as written.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor of having our discussion on 2019-194, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstention? And I would ask our director to come forward and speak to the issue.
Thank you, Council President Elizabeth Jenkins, Director of Planning and Development. This is a request for acceptance of a $10,000 grant from the Massachusetts Historical Commission awarded to the town of Barnstable to fund new historic inventory forms for approximately 80 properties throughout the town. These inventories record information on the historic development of buildings and sites throughout the state. They don't give property any official historic designation, but they provide baseline information on the history of the site to the public and to our historic commissions. In Barnstable, over 1,500 properties have been recorded through historic inventories, but there are still hundreds of historic buildings that have no documentation. The project was initiated by the Barnstable Historical Commission in an effort to expand these inventories, and the selection of properties will be based on recommendations that are in our 2010 Historic Preservation Plan. The Commission will work with the State Historic Preservation Office to select a consultant to complete the surveys, and all the information will be available to everyone in the state's cultural resource inventory system. This will be the first significant effort to produce new historic inventories in Barnstable in about 10 years.
Thank you for that rationale. Councilors, any discussion? Yes, Councilor Rossetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is absolutely worthwhile. Years ago, this was all done by volunteers, and that's what we're working on now is all volunteer compilations. So I think this is so important, and as every year ticks by, more properties come on the roll, being 75 years or older. So it's really vital information that we've got to capture. So.
And I do want to give credit to my senior planner, Paul Wackrow, who worked with BHC and wrote the grant and brought this forward.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Bienbender.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up question. Councilor Rapcorsetti answered my first question, which was 75 years. I was curious what that gate was. And then currently, how many properties do we have as designated historic?
As designated historic.
Well, sorry, sorry, maybe I misspoke. I identified in the 2010 Historic Preservation Plan.
So I apologize, I don't have that number, but properties have different historic designations. BHC's jurisdiction is everything over 75 years old, which is a significant number of properties. And then there are properties that are listed, or areas that are listed on either the state or national register of historic places. But I'd be happy to follow up and get you more information on those numbers.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Please thank Paul for his efforts in writing the grant for us. We're grateful for the grant money. This may be acted upon. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of 2019-194 as drafted, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Please record it as unanimous. Thank you. To the top of the schedule, please. 2019-199. I'll start down with Councilor Tinsley for some help, please.
Thank you, through you, Mr. President. Item number 2019-199, resolution approving amendments to Eversource existing right-of-way easements as written.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor of opening the discussion for 2019-199, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Could we have the rationale, please? Thank you,
Mr.
Attorney.
President, Attorney Charles McLaughlin, members of the council, good evening. I'll be very brief. We've been working with Eversource as part of their so-called Mid-Cape Reliability Project to identify matters brought to our attention where they are rerunning lines and down the middle of the Cape, and it in one instance affecting several parcels that go back well back in time to the 1930s and earlier. The easement language that the town had granted back then allowed for one line, one electrical line, and in fact, obviously, because they are running new lines, that needed to be corrected. Secondly, as they go larger spans of distance from point A to point B, the projected geography over which they were proceeding in some instances involved property that was controlled by the town but not part of the original grants. And it became necessary to have a discussion about amending the easements to include small sections of land so that their easement would be, their work would be conducted within the easement. Importantly, and I don't mean to steal thunder, but as the rationale indicates, the consideration on this being, I think, vital to the town's interest and the conservation interest, address the question of what opportunity there might be as part of this project to consider further mitigation to protect groundwater. Eversource had come to us then, NSTAR, in 2013, and as part of a substation expansion on Mary Dunn Road, agreed to retrofit for the first time in the Commonwealth's history, or in their history in the Commonwealth, two 40-year-old transformers with containment, and to outfit the new transformer going into that station. And building on that, and the knowledge that we accumulated there, we were successful in negotiating with Vineyard Wind to the same effect, and we're just completing now an extensive engineering review. Fast forward to this project, the mitigation that we have asked for and that Eversource has agreed to is to retrofit their entire Independence Park substation with robust containment that will mimic what comes out of the Vineyard Wind as a baseline project, and that will be offered as part of the mitigation package for this, and we consider it a very laudatory outcome that they're willing to do this. Everyone is recognizing the vulnerability of these properties and our water supply directly below them, because they are directly, these stations are directly up gradient from our wellheads at Mary Dunn and so forth. So all of the things that you heard about that were so important to us in the Vineyard Wind case, this case will now be addressing those as part of the mitigation. With that, I'd like to introduce Attorney Terry Furasanger from Eversource, who will give you a brief overview of what some of the technical aspects of this. Thank you.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Provide some context around what brought us here today. Our council has been working with Charlie and Dave and others from the town for quite some time. The driver of us being here is the Mid-Cape project. The ISO system independent regulators have determined that there is a need for more power in this area, the southeastern area of Massachusetts as well as Rhode Island. They approved, not too long ago, a series of projects, and one of them is the Mid-Cape project. The Mid-Cape project is proposed to run from our Bourne substation and terminate at the West Barnstable substation, a little over 12 miles. Part of what happens when we design a project from the conceptual stage is a tremendous amount of due diligence up front. We take a look at all the existing corridors that we have. It's preferred among the public generally to co-locate a new transmission line in existing corridors, and it's also preferred among our siting boards, the DPU. We have the existing corridor, and what we did was we took a look at every easement in the corridor, hundreds of them, and we evaluate each of them. We call them a rights review. We do an extensive survey retracement, boots on the ground. We look at existing conditions, and then our engineers design the line to see if it will fit within the standards that they need to meet to build the line. What we found among these hundreds of easements that we looked at was that on a handful, acquired, as Charlie had mentioned earlier, in a very, very old 1927, 1930 timeframe, easement language that wasn't consistent with the easement next to it. We had a handful of easements, 2 in the town of Sandwich and 5 in the town of Barnstable, where the easement language was just a little bit different. On some, it didn't give us enough of a width. 185 feet is what we need to build the project. And then we ran into a issue with the majority of the easements saying that we had the right to build lines, pole lines, and on a handful, we just had the right to build 1 pole line. So what we looked to do was, when we found the issue, we came to the town and said, okay, well, we see we have this problem here, we want to fix it. And we've been working to work through those issues. We had a parcel in the town of Sandwich, conservation-owned property, and we went through their conservation the process as well as the town meeting vote, and they granted us the rights that we needed to construct the project. And we acquired rights from a private landowner to fix the width issue in Sandwich. In Barnstable, we worked with 3 landowners, and we acquired the rights that we needed, and we have just 2 parcels on the town of Barnstable, 875 Service Road and 0 Parker Road, where parts of 875 Service Road, it's a width issue, and then parts of it, it's a lines issue. So it's used to be what the old wood lots used to be, where they were very, very tiny slivers that have now converged into one town-owned parcel, and that's 875 Service Road, and then you have 0 Parker Road where we have a lines issue. So that's sort of how we came to here. In the back, you'll see existing conditions and proposed conditions. The use of the property will not be unchanged. We are really looking at 5 feet on a very small section where we need to expand, and 10 feet on another small section of that 875 Service Road. And then we're just evening out the rights so that they're consistent throughout the line so that we can build the line in the corridor. I don't know if you have any questions.
Yes, Councilor Neary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as a point of clarification, these parcels, they're listed as parcels, but they're town-owned parcels. They're not privately owned parcels.
The 2 parcels here, 875 Service Road and 0 Parker Road, are town-owned parcels, yes. And they were, 875 Service Road was under the care and control of the Conservation Commission, and 0 Parker Road was under the care and control of Land Bank, which also fell under the jurisdiction of Concom.
So this will have no impact on personal property or private personal property?
This does not, no. We've reached agreement with all the affected private landowners.
Any other council questions? Could I get Attorney McLaughlin back up for one moment, please? It's my understanding your office has been involved with the title searches on these property. You have an understanding of who needed to give us their blessing, since we have different entities of ownership, even though it's the town.
That
And
is
you
correct.
are supporting this tonight.
We are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Snell.
Just a quick question. Because the spraying of herbicides comes up frequently at the council meetings, was that ever considered a mitigating possibility when discussing these easements?
We've had, as we have in other matters dealing with NSTAR, now Eversource, we've touched on the subject, and the polite response is quite universal. We were able, over in Barnstable Harbor several years ago, to get actual restrictions to mechanical herbicide control or herb green growth control. But beyond that, the position that they take is it's standardized and approved by the DPU on a long-term plan, and that they prefer to adhere to that. So they politely declined. So that subject is not, as the town manager indicated, that is not a dead subject, but at least in the context of this matter, it was not an opportunity.
Thank you. Any other councilor questions? Hearing none. In the issue of 2019-199, hearing no further discussion, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Oh, majority vote. Yeah, I'll call the vote. 2019-199 as written. All those in favor of the granting of the easements, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? One nay. Please record that as Councilor Hebert, I believe. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Tinsley. Came from the same end, I was close. Any abstentions? No, so we have one nay and no abstentions. Thank you very much, it passes. We're on to Tinsley. Councilor Tinsley, would you help me again on 219-201, please?
Through you, Mr. President, item number 2019-201, order to grant electric easement for Barnstable High School fields as written.
I have a first and a second to take up the issue of the order of grants for the electric easements on Barnstable High School. Who do we have to speak to this, may I ask? Good evening, Dave.
Good evening, councilors. Dave Cagnon, Director of Facilities, Barnstable Schools. Let me just get to the correct page here. So this is a request, we're seeking approval from council to grant the proposed electrical service easement for the Barnstable High School fields. What we're doing there is we need to just improve the existing service from the standpipe at where the overheads come into the ground, and we need to set a transformer there for the improved service. So this is simply to allow Eversource to pull the new cabling to the school. There's a drawing in your packet, I believe, that shows where it's going, but it's basically going along the road from where the transportation trailer is. It'll go down the pole there, go underground there to the location in the new fields.
Thank you for the rationale. Councilors, any questions?
Move the question. Second.
I have a motion to move the question. All those in favor, I have a first and a second. All those in favor of moving the question, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? In movement of 219-201, all those in favor of it as written, please.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstention? Please record as unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Hebert, 2019-161, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a public hearing, majority vote. Item number 2019-161, appropriation order in the amount of $8,041,243 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2020 Airport Enterprise Fund budget.
I have a first and a second to open a public hearing on 2019-161 as drafted. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstention? Hearing none, I would turn it over for the rationale. Welcome.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you to the Town Council President, Vice President, and councilors for having us here tonight. With me is Matt Ilya, the Assistant Airport Manager. Sure. We are pleased to present to you this evening's 2020 Airport Enterprise Fund budget. You can see pages 451 through 465 of the budget book for any additional information that you might have on this particular item, but I'm going to go over a few highlights for you this evening. The airport's fiscal year 20 proposed budget is increasing by just over 1.9 million, or 31% over the fiscal year 19 budget. Personnel and benefit costs include just over $86,000 increase due to contractual obligations. Operating costs are an increase of just over 1.5 million, and that includes just over 200,000 for on-call services, 525,000 to increase for the cost of purchases of fuel sales for resale, 182,000 for police security details within the terminal building, and just over 558,000 to account for provisions to replenish our reserves. The capital outlay cost for the airport is just over 225,000 and includes projects for annual airfield painting, replacement of electronic equipment, $40,000 to rehabilitate one of our older buildings and general aviation public use spaces, $17,000 to purchase office management software, and $15,000 to replace operating security equipment at the airport. These increases will be seen through an increase in our ground lease revenues by about $1.23 million for various commercial properties that we're able to lease out, and jet fuel sales. They'll provide for the increase in our budget. In previous years, we were not as fortunate, and you're all aware of that. We required significant reductions to our budget, and impacts on our reserves were seen over the past several years. Alone, fiscal year 18 and 19, the airport transferred funds from its reserves to balance its budget and to cover its operating expenses. In 2019 alone, we modified our budget to reduce it by $440,000, and then transferred reserves in the amount of just over $300,000 to help balance our budget. We don't want to see that happen again. The 2020 budget accounts for projects that were put on hold because of where the airport was, offsets that we had to use to balance the budget, and items that were reduced, deleted, or delayed from our budgets over the past several years. So the fiscal year 2020 budget allows for us to implement those projects that we weren't able to implement over the past 3 or 4 years. It includes infrastructure improvements that are badly needed at the airport, asset replacement for older equipment that we have, and implementation of new data processing software for our offices. Some major accomplishments that I'd like to go over, although, again, they're in your book, in the budget book on pages 451 through 465. However, I do want to highlight a few. The airport was able to leverage funds, saving the airport over $430,000 for MassDOT-funded projects for 5 projects that typically the state would not implement at the airport. We were able to garner those funds last year. We were able to complete, with the help of the town and town council, request for proposal for the bid and acceptance of the lease on the 26 acres known as Cape Town Plaza. We were able to complete the development of an airport business plan, an online tracking tool that's going to identify the key goals and initiatives and objectives for the airport and airport management as we move forward. So not only have we accomplished the RFP and the land lease, Matt and I intend to continue to move forward with the airport and identify new ways that the airport can modify the way that they do business so that we continue to grow in this community. And near completion of airport rates and charges study that was developed really to assess our fees and the services that we charge. We're a service-based organization, enterprise fund, so the service that we charge, make sure that they're in alignment with what other airports are charging and what we should be charging in the region. So the past couple of days, Matt and I have spent 3 days visiting with airlines to entice them to come to the airport. They were successful meetings, not successful in terms that somebody's going to come here tomorrow, but successful in we've opened the conversations and they seemed interested in coming to the airport. So with that said, I would like to thank you. This is a photograph of the Cub Scouts that were at the terminal. These are our future aviators. You might see them in the airport in about 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the rationale for 219-161. We're in a public hearing. Would anyone from the public like to come forward and speak to this issue? Hearing none, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing portion. Do I have a first and a second? Thank you. All those in favor of closing the public hearing portion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstention? Councilors, what's your choice? Yes, Councilor Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your presentation. Just thank you for reaching out to, I hear that airline sales, ticket sales, nationally and worldwide, seem to be going up, 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 up. What's the chances that we're going to get a piece of the great increase in aviation? And is part of your market plan to make us more a destination through the coming in by air to enjoy Cape Cod?
I think for our region, because we're so seasonal, that you're going to see probably more of an increase during the seasonal market. Of course, Matt and I are trying to get somebody to come to the airport on a year-round basis, but it might be less than daily service. So we did have conversations with airlines who are interested in that seasonal market, but we did speak to 2 airlines that are very interested in having that less than daily market. However, they would like to start during the seasonal period. Which is good. Our seasonal period is strong. It's a way for an airline to get their foot in the door and then to get the community understanding that they're here, they're in Barnstable, and it's not necessary for folks to have to really travel up to Boston and Providence.
Yes, Councilor Rafferty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Katie. I see in the budget, have you gotten a big pushback on the fee increases, which are about 154% increase from last year?
When you say pushback, do you mean from the tenants or from anyone?
Yeah, from anyone. I mean, it's cargo, it's parking, it's landing fees. I mean, that's a considerable change from one.
We actually didn't. We had public meetings for our tenants and for our users of the airfield, and we did not get any significant pushback from any of those entities. We really tried when we increased our fees to have them be very incremental increases, because we want to promote business to the airport, but we also want to make sure that the airport's making the fees that's appropriate. So the initial increase that we did in October of 2017 was very small.
Yeah.
We hope to see other increases, but we need to be cautious as well.
Okay. And how so far has the season started on JetBlue? How are the
JetBlue is starting on June 13th.
June 13th.
So they're a little bit later this year, but it's still strong for them. If you look at their loads, there's some flights that are already sold out, which is good for us.
Good, good. Thank you.
Councilors, yes, Councilor Wallace.
Any of the airlines that you spoke to, do any of them have a presence in Worcester by any chance?
JetBlue right now is the only one that we have at the airport that has a presence in Worcester, and Retrix Shuttle, of course. Some of the other airlines that we did speak to include American Airlines. We spoke to, of course, Cape Air, our existing airlines that are there. JetBlue and some smaller shuttle aircraft that are somewhat similar in size to Cape Air, but not really well known on the East Coast yet.
Thank you.
Follow-up, Councilor Wallace, or you all set?
Yeah, the reason I know that there's a number of routes that are out of Worcester now that can take you to a number of different places that are new routes, and I thought there might be a carrier that would look to go there.
At one point in time, we were talking to Retrix Shuttle, because they do have a presence in Worcester, of having a route to Worcester, which they did for a short period of time. They did have a route from Hyannis to Worcester to be able to capture those other airlines. That's still something we're pushing even with Cape Air. Cape Air has code shares and interline agreements with American, United, and with JetBlue, so it would make sense to promote those connections. So that's what we need to do now. In fact, that's what we spoke to Cape Air about, is promoting those types of connections.
Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions? Yes, Council Collins.
More a comment than a question. I'm really excited about the years to come with the airport. I'm excited about the Kmart Plaza switching over. I think we finally have viable business plans, so thank you for that and for being really prudent with your management skills. It really shows we're paying attention, and I'm thankful for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other council hearing? Hearing none, I'd call the vote on 2019-161 as written. All those in favor of 2019-161, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Please record that as unanimous. And thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your help. Councilors, with your permission, I see we have still some people trying to speak to public process, so I'd like to skip down, if I could, with your permission, to 2019-196, 197, and 198. And I'd ask Councilor Neary to read us off, starting with 196. With no objections, thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. President. This is old business, public hearing, and it will require a roll call, 2/3 vote. It's item number 2019-196. It's the appropriation and loan order in the amount of $62,900 pursuant to temporary repair to private roads program regarding Samoset Road in Barnstable, as written.
I have a first and second to open a public hearing for 2019-196 as written. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Hearing none, we're in the public hearing process. I'm sorry, Dan, I probably surprised you with this move, but I feel people are riding with us tonight. Always prepared.
Good evening.
Sure. Give them a couple days off, look at them.
Dan Santos, Director of Public Works.
We got the right
To all of you.
glasses, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Under this program, the butters to roads being repaired can be charged betterment assessments for 100% of the actual cost of repairs, which they can elect to pay in one lump sum or over a period of 20 years. This road will not be taken by the town of Barnstable and will remain a private road. The majority of the property abutters to Samoset Road in the village of Marston's Mills, Barnstable, have expressed an interest in having repairs made to their private road, and 63% of the abutters have signed a consent and acknowledgement agreement for betterment assessment. As you recall, the requirement is that 51% or more need to agree before we can proceed. The proposed work on this road is pavement milling and overlay. Total estimated cost is $62,900, distributed as 7 full shares and 1 half share. There's no cost to the town, as all costs will be recovered by betterments assessed on the abutters. The town will issue a bond to cover the cost of the repairs and use the revenue collected for the betterment assessments to make the annual loan repayments on the bond. Thank you.
Thank you for that rationale. We're in a public hearing. Would anyone from the public like to speak to this issue? Hearing none, I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing portion. And a second. Thank you. All those in favor of closing the public hearing portion of this meeting, please signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstained? So we're moving forward. Any questions of the councilors from our Director of DPW? These are programs that we deal with pretty regularly, so thank you on that. I would throw it to the clerk treasurer for, I should say, the assistant town clerk for the vote. Thank you.
Biedenbender?
Yes.
Crocker?
Yes.
Cullum?
Yes.
Dagwan?
Yes.
Rapcorsetti?
Yes.
Hebert?
Yes.
Levesque?
Yes.
Neary? Schnepp?
Yes.
Steinhilber?
Yes.
Tinsley? Yes. Wallace?
Yes.
Councilor Neary, could you continue, please, 2019-197?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. This is old business, again, public hearing requiring a roll call, 2/3 vote. It's item number 2019-197. It's the appropriation loan order in the amount of $748,000 pursuant to the temporary repair to certain private ways program regarding Glen Eagle Drive, Centerville, Mass, as written.
I have a first and a second to open the public hearing on 2019-197. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Could I have the rationale, please, Dan?
Yes, sir. Majority of the property owners, abutters to Glen Eagle Drive have expressed an interest in having repairs made to their private road, and 54% of the abutters have signed a consent and acknowledgement agreement for betterment assessment. Proposed work on Glen Eagle Drive includes the removal and replacement of the existing roadway and sidewalk pavement, cleaning of existing drainage, and installation of new and additional drainage structures. Cost of these improvements are estimated at $748,000, with a cost per 52 abutters distributed as 52 shares, not to exceed $14,385 per share. There will be no cost to the town, as all costs will be covered by betterments assessed on the abutters. The town will issue a bond to cover the costs of the repairs and use the revenue collected from the betterment assessment to pay the annual loan repayments on the bond. Thank you.
Thank you for the rationale. We're in the public hearing process. Would anybody like to come forward and speak to this issue? Please come forward. Welcome. Announce your name, please.
It's been a long time since I've been here. The faces are all new. Good evening. My name is Rita Carath, and I live on Glen Eagle Road, and there's no doubt that this road needs repair. However, I was not able to vote on this issue, for at this time I was dealing with the sudden hospitalization of my husband Scott and his subsequent death in late February, and the fallout of that in the following weeks, and which is still continuing. If I was able to vote, however, I would have voted no for two reasons. The first is that I'm not sure that what is being proposed is the best solution. The problems with Glen Eagle are many, and stem mostly from water drainage from public roads to this private road, specifically Old Stage, Naughty Pine Lane, Menemsha, and Moonpenny. Could correcting the drainage on these public roads reduce the $748,000 price tag on this road that is about a half a mile long? Why am I being asked to pay for problems on my road that have been caused by issues on other public roads? Is there a more equitable plan of action? These questions have not been answered satisfactorily for me. The other reason is the fact that I, like others, am on a fixed income, and with this loss of my husband, who worked in food service industry on Cape Cod for years, the loss of his income. He left no estate, as so many of those who work in the food service industry and retail on Cape Cod will relate to. An additional $1,000 a year on top of the taxes I already pay has the potential to create a hardship. By finding a more cost-effective solution, then the possibility that I may have to leave my home will be lessened. I'm sure as more and more of the thousands of private roads need repair, that there will be more people like myself who may have to consider moving or living on an even further restricted budget because of the costs involved. I wanted my concerns to be heard here tonight, as I feel I speak for many who may find themselves or do find themselves in a similar situation. I'd like to thank you in advance for considering my concerns. It would also be helpful to know, if this passes, specifically how the bill will be presented to the individual homeowners. The more information provided, the better. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak to this issue?
Good evening. Joe Hennessy, 97 Glen Eagle Drive. I am a 31-year resident and homeowner on Glen Eagle Drive. And I understand people's concerns about the cost of this project, but I voted in favor of it, and I'm here to ask your support this evening for that. As a 31-year resident, I'm invested in Glen Eagle Drive. I raised my family there. I have no intention of moving away from Glen Eagle Drive. I also understand that nothing today is worth 1 penny more than what someone else is willing to pay you for it. And if I put my house on the market tomorrow and someone came by to look at it with the conditions of the road and if it was on a day when the road was flooded, and some days it's impassable, that person would not only lower their offer to me, they would turn around and drive away, because that's what I would do. If you have an asset that you can't sell, that asset becomes worth nothing. So I'm willing to spend the money to protect the investment I've already made in Glen Eagle Drive, because I want to stay there. I want to improve the neighborhood for myself, my family, and my neighbors. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Hi, Richard Din. I'm a resident of Glen Eagle Drive. I'm here today to ask you to oppose this. My reason for doing this is when this first all started, we were told by the town that this was the only way to get the road repaired through this betterment. I have since learned that the town do repairs without a betterment on private road. The example I would give would be Patriot Way. I believe we did not get all the information. We weren't able to exercise all our options and choices because that was denied to us because we didn't get the information that we need. Because of that, I feel the only way to rectify this problem is to start the process over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak to this issue? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing process of 2019-197. I got a first and a second. All those in favor of closing the public hearing process, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any opposition? I would ask our Director of DPW to please come back. We've had some statements about road runoff conditions. Would you like to go over the process again on how it was handled and how you feel the company contributing roads may or may not be a factor, and what your overall view is?
Well, we've
please?
been working with a neighborhood representative for probably a year directly on this, and this has been an issue for really many years because I think it's pretty well understood that the road is in bad shape and there are flooding issues and it needs to be addressed. As part of that process, we work with them closely on what the proposal is. Our in-house engineers evaluate the condition, evaluate the drainage, and we make proposed recommendations and proposed repairs that we will undertake that will repair the road for the foreseeable future. Reminding all of you that it is a temporary repair program. We're not rebuilding these roads. We're improving them for a 15 or 20 year lifespan. A complete reconstruction of any of these roads would be a very significantly more cost. With regards to the drainage off public roads, we actually recognize that there is drainage from Old Stage that goes on to Glen Eagle Drive, and the town has agreed to pay the cost of improving the drainage, collecting that drainage from Old Stage onto Glen Eagle, and that is not being passed on to the homeowners in this project.
Are there any steps of the process that you would wish to have revisited, or have we completed the process as we do
Yes.
with all of these?
Again, we work with the local representative, and they present the project along. We have meetings, and they present the project and the petition to all of the abutters and collect the signatures, and people have the ability to weigh in to either participate, approve, or deny. And once we get the 51%, then the way the program works is that's a go. That's unfortunately those that oppose it will have to go along with it and have a betterment assessed to their properties as well.
Is there any record of a collected vote or where we stood on that? When did you hit 51%? How did that work out?
I don't have the details. We have 54% was the total. I don't have the details about exactly when that occurred.
Councilors, any questions? Yes, Councilor Cullen.
Yes, gentleman made reference to Patriot Way. Can you enlighten us on that? I seem to recall that DPW will step in and make a road passable for ambulances and emergency vehicles, and I think, if I recall, that's the extent of the work. It's nothing really structurally sound.
Well, there's several ways we look at that, and one is we'll make emergency repairs for the passage of public safety vehicles. Also, though, we will do repairs, so we might cut out a section and do a portion of a road because it's in such bad shape in that we're revisiting that road so many times, it's actually more cost-effective for us to make a little better repair there. So in the end of the day, we're saving money for the town by making a better repair.
And that's on a private road? That's on, okay.
Correct.
Councillor Bean-Bender?
Thank you. I'm not actually entirely sure whether this is a question for you or for our town manager, but first I just want to express to Mrs. Carath my sincere condolences on the loss of your husband and your current state of hardship. You know, this kind of thing can really be tough on some people. I remember when I was struggling as a single parent, this kind of thing was going to happen on our street, and I was really glad it didn't because I couldn't have taken it on. That said, these things do have to move forward at times. But what I'm wondering is is there any sort of safety net or any other way to help finance? So, for example, if Mrs. Carath can prove hardship, is there a way to change the structure of how she pays moving forward, or is there any flexibility in how these things can get paid for, given an individual's situation?
I will rely either on the town manager or the finance director to address that question specifically.
Mr. Manager? Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Mark Milne, Director of Finance. A couple of years ago, we recognized hardship that this program creates for some people, and we offered the opportunity now to spread the cost of the betterment assessment over 4 payments a year. So it gets added to the quarterly tax bill now, as opposed to, it used to go just on the 3rd quarter tax bill in one lump sum, which created financial hardship for people. So we spread that out over 4 years, or 4 quarters now, on an annual basis. In addition, in cases of hardship, I would encourage the individual to contact our assessor's office. We do have an elderly and disabled tax fund that they could apply for if they meet the qualifications for that. Also, there's a hardship exemption under the state laws that the individual may qualify for as well. So if they reach out to the assessor's office, there's a couple of options there that they might qualify for.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, I'm going to go down the end. Councillor Hebert.
Thank you. So again, maybe through Mark, if Mrs. Rita could talk to our town. There's some other things. If her husband was a veteran, sometimes there's extra support for a veteran's family, making sure that she has her tax exemption that she may qualify for, because it's full-time, she lives at that facility. So there may be some extra help out there that I think, Mark, you could direct her to. Thank you very much.
Councillor Neary.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know whether, Dan, you would have this information or not. My question would be more in the direction of the percentage is pretty close. I mean, it's 54%. And it makes me think that there could be residents of that neighborhood that maybe might not be around when the letter comes, that maybe not respond. And with that said, it could skew those the results of the survey, for lack of a better word. And then finally, how is the survey implemented? What does it cost to do this survey? Is it a mailing? Is it how is the resident contacted in order to kind of walk down this path?
Well, we send a mailing, and then the representative also will seek out homeowners and try to get them to make a decision for their own property. Unfortunately, I don't know the details of this particular case as to whether she got the information or did not vote. I don't have that here.
Just as a follow-up, I'm just surmising here, but I'm going to surmise that maybe the representative of the neighborhood is probably in the pro category for the work, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. It's just that, again, my question would be that did everyone respond, and thereby getting a real sample as to the nature of that neighborhood? If it ends up being that it's 52%, so be it, but that would kind of be my follow-up question.
Usually, again, I don't have the specifics, unfortunately, but we get everyone's vote, so that when it's 54% or 72%, that's what it is of that neighborhood. So we avoid the situation that you're describing where, oh, well, the person who supported it only talked to the 10 people that thought they wanted it, and we clearly try to avoid that situation.
Councilor Rapcorsetti?
Thank you, Mr. President. The estimated cost not to exceed was 14.3. There could be a possibility it could be less than that, considerably less. What is the interest on that? And this can be spread out over 20 years, I think. That's right. So what's the interest on that amount? And also, I'm not familiar, Old Stage Road was mentioned. That's a public way. I'm not sure if there's a road on the other end that's a public way. But as you know, the legislation that was passed allows for the town to pay for a private road repair that connects to public roads. And I don't know if this road rises up to that occasion. I'm not familiar because I don't have a map in front of me.
So the first question or comment regarding the cost, yes, we estimate these very conservatively because it's a betterment situation, and once we go through that process, we can't exceed that amount. So we make sure that the amount that we're requesting will cover the actual cost. Now, we will bid these projects just like we do our projects, and the lowest responsible bidder will be awarded the project. And often, in fact, usually, they come in substantially less, and they have come in as much as 30% less than our estimated betterment, which will affect that number. So I would say that absolutely it's a guarantee it won't exceed that, and there's a good chance it will be less than that. How much, it's hard to say until we bid it and what time of year we're bidding it.
And
so as far as the interest rate, I think Mark Milne would be the best person to address that in the
5%?
5%, 20 years.
Okay. And is that the high amount, 5%?
It can be either 5% or up to 2% more than the cost the town incurs on the borrowing. So it can be either or. The council would have to vote either way. Right now, the way this is written, it's automatically 5%.
Right. Thank you.
Councilors, any further questions?
There was a final question on the improving temporary private roads with public funds that connect to public roads. Generally, we make those proposals, so we wouldn't be pursuing that at a citizen's request. We make those proposals for basically significant private roads that connect either two public roads or a public road and another town. But it's really reserved for major roads that are major thoroughfares, have heavy traffic, Mary Dunn Road, Wakeby Road, as you've seen in the past. So this wouldn't be one that we would prioritize and present to you as one that we would have repaired under that program.
Any further questions, councilors? Hearing none, I would move it to Assistant Town Clerk to roll call the vote.
Crocker.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Dagwan.
Yes.
Rapcorsetti.
Yes.
Hebert.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Neary.
No.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Tinsley.
No.
Wallace.
Yes.
Reed Bender.
No.
Received 9 and
Yep,
passed.
We got 9, yep.
We got 9 and passed, the majority standard. Thank you for your participation. Council Neary, one more, please.
Yes, Mr. President. This is item number 2019-190. No, it isn't. This is old business, referring to a public hearing requiring a majority vote. It's item number 2019-198. It's an appropriation order in the amount of $38,840, community preservation funds for the Barnstable Centerville Historical Museum roof replacement and tin shop located at 513 Main Street, Centerville, Mass, as written.
I have a first and a second to open a public hearing in 2019-198 as written. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? I will wait for Council Biedenbender. Are you in favor of opening the public hearing on? That would be unanimous. Please record it as unanimous. For the rationale, I would ask Lindsay Council, our chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lindsay Council, Chairman of the Community Preservation Committee. At the January 28th, 2019 Community Preservation Committee meeting, the 8 members present voted unanimously for recommendation to the Town Council through the Town Manager the Centerville Historic Museum's request for $38,840 in CPA Historic Preservation Funds to replace the roof of the Centerville Historic Museum building and adjoining tin shop circa 1850s. The museum is a historic building listed on the National Register of Historic Places that houses 18,000 irreplaceable historical artifacts that define the history of Centerville and surrounding communities. There is concern that the damage from the leaking roof will impact these artifacts. The mission of the museum is to preserve and share history, promote historical research, provide a variety of educational programs, and to inspire the community and others, and offers a variety of youth and adult educational programs, exhibits, historic research, lectures, and tours. The Historical Museum has expended $10,000 for completion of urgent exterior building repairs and received a $1,000 donation from Cape Cod 5 Bank, as well as financial support from membership and volunteer efforts. Additional grant applications, including a Mass Cultural Facilities grant, are anticipated to offset the cost of additional building repairs that were incurred by the deterioration of the roof. With me tonight are folks from Centerville Historical Museum, Randy Hole and Cynthia Vengroff, to give you a brief PowerPoint on this.
Good evening and welcome.
First of all, just let me say we are very appreciative of this opportunity to present our request to you. We find that the Centerville Historical Museum is a vital component of the village and Barnstable, and we, as I am the volunteer grant writer that suggested that we go ahead and ask for this. I mean, I just feel that it is a really viable institution and something that is maintains and holds and presents the collective thoughts of Centerville and the Cape. And I think that it's a highly valuable institution, and I hope that you will consider our request tonight.
Is your green light on at the base?
I have a
Thank you.
presentation. My name is Randall Hole, and I'm from the executive director of the museum. With me is Robin Simmons, our volunteer board member, and Cindy has introduced herself. So I would like to show you basically where we are and how we got where we are. Well, there we go. Nope, that shut it off. There we are. So in 2014-15, we had an analysis of the outside building as well as the roof. We came up with several areas that we needed to address, and we put it into sort of a 4-year plan as to how we're going to address the issues that were currently a problem and going to become a problem. This is the tin shop building. In 2015 to 17, we had replaced a lot of the back clapboards of the rear of the building that were rotted. In the same time period, we were patched repairs on the roof, which is the south side. And during that same time period, we repainted, or scrape sanded and repainted the whole building. And on the main building, there was a chimney that was in need of replacement that we had replaced. This is repairs that were made to the main building. We had shutters that were virtually rotting apart, so they were all taken down and replaced. They were all sanded and painted by volunteers. Building repairs up to this point would be gutters. On the lower right-hand side, there were gutters and fascia that was replaced there. In the main entrance, on the left side of the entrance, clapboards all down the side were replaced. The gutters on that entryway were replaced, and the porch on the left side of the building had the ceiling replaced where that light is and above that window, and clapboards along that face. To the roof, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, there's a patch on the roof that was done in 15. And then to the right, there was a patch that was put on the roof in early 18. You can see on the lower left, an enormous amount of moss and growth on the roof there, as well as the picture that's on the right, on the lower right. This is the tin shop as it stands today. The patches that were put in 15 have now, it's increased and become worse in the pictures on the upper right, around the chimney in the lower left and on the lower right as well. This is the building improvements and investments we've made since 15, which totals $12,000. We have over 350 hours of volunteer work, which is basically our labor force. And that's the end of that. Are there any questions?
Councilors, we are in a public hearing, and that is our rationale. So, is there anyone from the public that wants to address this? Hearing none, I would make a motion to close the public hearing portion. I would ask for one, and I got a second. Thank you very much. All those in favor of closing the public hearing portion, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition or any abstention? Hearing none. Councilors, any questions? Yes, Council Biedenbender.
Hey. I know this museum extremely well. I was director of the museum for 8 years back in the late 90s and left in 2002. And I will attest to the fact it has a fantastic collection. A lot of people do not realize the gems that are in there. One of the things, and having worked in museums for over 20 years, one of the things that we have with these historical museums is that one of the most important parts of your collection is your building. And unfortunately, it's also one of the most expensive, if not the most expensive portion of your collection, depending on what's inside. So obviously, this roof repair is really quite critical to the preservation of those artifacts that are contained within. One thing that I would hope is that, and this is not just for Centerville Historical, but any organization that houses their operations or their collections in one of these historical buildings, that there's a maintenance plan in place, because it directs your fundraising plan and how you're going to move forward. So I'm hoping that strategically that you guys have put a maintenance plan in place to think about, we're going to do this right wall, in year 2, the left wall in year 3, you know what I mean? Looking out 20 years for when that roof might need to be reconsidered again, foundational issues. The investment is needed. But, you know, hopefully that maintenance plan and the fundraising that you put in place to support that will keep you from having to come back on a regular basis for this kind of support. Happy to do it, but like I said, your building is your most precious asset, so it's important to safeguard that.
Councilor Rapp Grissetti, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You do have a very lovely collection in the Centerville Museum. A couple of questions. How much money have you raised to match the ask?
For the ask, 2,000? $2,000?
Oh, besides what we spent.
Right. Beside, yeah, okay.
So on the roof. And
So we have, so it's about $12,000, $10,000 that we spent, and we have 2,000 left.
okay. And have you applied for CPA funds in the past?
Yes.
And how much have you received?
In 2009, 8 and 9, we had a complete conversion of our HVAC system. We also had a special archival space built with climate control, and that was for $80,000. Plus, we had the original building all re-insulated and foam insulated so that we could control the climate in the older house.
A couple of other questions, if I could.
Follow up?
Are you proposing to replace the roof with cedar or asphalt?
Asphalt.
Asphalt. Are you going to do a complete
Yes.
roof?
Mhm.
Okay. And I think that my next question is for Lindsay, as chair. How does the committee feel about maintenance on structures? Because to me, roof is maintenance. And was the vote unanimous?
It was unanimous of the 8 members present. And we have been looking at our historic projects as they come in, and one of the reasons we're asking for a budget increase is we want to get to a much more longer-term program. Centerville is one of the groups that's brought in projects as needed over the years. And that's been one approach that we started with, and it's worked fairly well. I think it's helped groups maintain their structures. But as we get into some of the later buildings in the more recent requests, we find that there are many other things that need to be looked at in these buildings. And we want to get into, perhaps as applicants come forward, more evaluation of the entire facility and what is needed, and a longer-term program, so that we can, as mentioned by Councilor Biedenbender, that you have a 3, 5, 10-year plan, so that we can anticipate expenses a little more broadly and not have to deal with leaking roofs or, other immediate repairs.
And finally, to the museum, do you have an endowment?
We do.
You do?
It's actually an investment account. It's not an official endowment.
Huh. And are you going to utilize any of that for?
We do.
You do?
All of the income that we receive from the investments, we turn around for our operating budget.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, Councilor Hebert.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And this is not to, I'm not trying to manage anything. How many visitors do you get on a given year? What's your volume of people coming in?
Around 4,000.
Around 4,000. And do you feel that you're charging a reasonable amount?
Actually, we do. Considering the size of the facility, we're very fair.
Okay, so you're not overcharging?
Oh, no.
So I'm just pointing out that you're doing a public service, allowing people to have a piece of history, and you're making it so that many people can go. It's not restricting people. So
Right.
I think that
And
speaks.
we do offer free programs as well.
Yeah, so that speaks well for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, you may. follow up.
Also, we do a lot of on the phone, we answer questions, we do research for people. There's a lot of things that maybe you don't see in the numbers coming through the door. That is what we do to be of a service to the public.
And I think you bring school kids in?
School kids, right,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Girl Scouts and all kinds of, thanks.
Hearing no further questions, I'll call for a vote on 2019-198. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Please record that as unanimous. Thank you for coming out tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So that takes care of our public hearings, well, the public that was here for hearings. So we're on to 219-162, please. I'm Councilor Rossetti, please.
This is old business, public hearing, majority vote. This is the school department. 2019-162 appropriation order in the amount of $69,599,861 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2020 Barnstable Public Schools budget as written.
I have a first and a second to go into public hearing for 2019-162 as drafted. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstention? Hearing none, I will look for some of our school department individuals for a rationale, please. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Meg Mayo Brown, Superintendent of Schools, joined by Assistant Superintendent Kristen Harmon, and of course, who are you?
Finance Director.
So, yeah, thank you. Do you have a, can I have a, thank you. So this evening, we're here to present the school committee approved fiscal year 2020 operating budget, and would like the opportunity to review with you our request, but also to highlight some of our program enhancements as well as accomplishments.
If I could could I
Yes, please.
Could I ask the president to please come forward and have a seat with us tonight? Love to see him.
Oh, our school committee chair, Chris
Thank you.
Joyce. Thank you. So we'd like to highlight in orange the vision statement of the Barnstable Public Schools. This is a vision statement that the school committee adopted about 1.5 years ago, and that we have used this vision statement to align much of our programming and program enhancements around, and that is the focus on the whole child by focusing on the student's physical, social, emotional, and academic needs by creating a safe and healthy learning environment where our students are challenged, supported, and engaged. So at this point, I would ask Gareth to go over the budget changes, and I can talk about the programming changes.
Okay, at a snapshot for our FY20 budget, we're asking for a budget of $72,234,000. It is an increase of 2.26%, or an increase of just under $1.6 million. Our general fund allocation is $68,999,861, or a 2.89% increase, or just over $1.9 million. In addition, we are looking for $600,000 from general fund reserves, or as we term the school savings account, for instructional technology and ongoing program evaluation. In addition, we'll be supplementing our operating budget through the use of special revenue funds in the form of school choice, receiving tuition, circuit breaker revenue, and transportation fees.
In terms of our programming changes, we're very, very excited to have a partnership with the town of Barnstable, specifically through HYCC, where we can open up a community engagement and outreach center. We were able to apply for some grant funds that would support a position of director of the center, where our families can go not only as a welcome center for parents and students who are new to Barnstable, but it's also a way to build the community engagement as described by the school committee strategic priority. So one of the things that the school committee has done is form and add a subcommittee to focus on community partnerships and increasing volunteerism in our schools. So this position, specifically housed at HYCC, will also focus on replicating the Falmouth VIPS program, which is Volunteers in Public Schools, so that we can really leverage the great community partnerships and individuals throughout the town to work with our schools. We have a district, we're implementing a district-wide instructional technology plan. You may have heard the high school went to one-to-one Google Chromebooks this year. Great feedback from students and teachers about having that kind of available technology at the high school. We've also expanded it across other grade levels as well. We're also including funding this year to have an external evaluation for our struggling students. We want to work with an outside organization to both assess and identify strategies that we can be using to better support students who are struggling. These are not students who are students with disabilities, but students who may be behind academic expectations. We have reorganized our high school leadership structure, as you may have heard, to better support what we feel, better support students and teachers in terms of having a stronger focus on teaching and learning. A SEED coach stands for social, emotional, and academic development. We have that position both at the high school and at our elementary school. The missing piece was at Barnstable Intermediate School, so that is included. We're adding a multi-age teacher at BUE, an assistant principal for Hyannis West. Again, Hyannis West is one of our largest elementary schools. Great student need there. Kathy Amato does a terrific job, and we wanted to provide her with some additional support. And then, of course, I think when I was here discussing our capital improvement plan requests, we discussed the environmental science and technology program that for our students at the high school. We have a new co-director model for special education, and the Barnstable Community Horace Mann Charter Public School is in the process of transitioning to an innovation school effective July 1st. So I'm sure Gareth will explain that the budget impact of that. So in the orange box at the top, again, these are the school committee's 3 strategic objectives around academic and instructional programming, supporting the whole child, and the community partnerships that we discussed. We laid out for you where we've been, where we are now, and where we hope to go in terms of the initiatives. Much of our initiatives in the FY 18 and 19 have focused on ensuring that our teachers have the best resources possible, particularly at the elementary grades. You'll see the outcomes listed there. At our school committee meeting last night, we wanted to recognize the great work that our teachers are doing in classrooms, particularly at the elementary level. You'll see our MCAS scores up there, and I think it's worth noting that these scores are outpacing what the state averages are doing. So it indicates that what's happening in elementary classrooms in Barnstable, we're accelerating student learning. The initiatives in the middle box were those that I just described, and as we look to fiscal year 21 and beyond, certainly the early collegehood partnership with Cape Cod Community College, as well as having more articulated career pathways at the high school.
Looking at our FY20 budget, we started off with our fiscal 19 budget of $70,637,000. We applied collective bargaining step and cost of living adjustments at just over $1.8 million. We subtracted out $831,936 in one-time adjustments that we have in our FY19 budget. Some of those items included upgrades that we had for carpets, helmets, language labs, replacement of textbooks, spin bikes, and then also the last year of our reading program purchase. We then looked at what savings we would realize from retiring staff. When we put the budget together, we identified 7 professional staff that will be retiring
going into fiscal year 20, and we save approximately $27,000 per staff member. Program reallocations, we are eliminating or reducing 6.4 full-time equivalents. These are positions that, for various reasons, are no longer needed within the district. Some of them have been vacant during FY19, and we will remove the budget from the budget in FY19. Then we looked at submissions brought to us from our building principals and program directors, and that is a total of $1.2 million. Most of those are as described previously from the superintendent. Again, we're looking at the one full-time equivalent assistant principal, staff for the registration and engagement center, and then various purchases throughout the district, including a $400,000 budget line for our ongoing instructional technology replacement. Looking at expenditures by category, again, we are a labor-intensive provider. We look at salary and wages at just over 78%, followed by operating contracted services, 20%, the largest category being their out-of-district tuitions, followed by our utility budgets, and then a small 2% in supplies. You'll notice here that I've listed an 8.35% increase in salary and wages. If we adjust for the fact that we are bringing the charter school back into our operating budget, which was traditionally recorded within our tuition or contracted service line, the adjusted percentage increase for salary and wages comes to about 3.33%. So much more within the ballpark of what you would expect in any budget year. And again, our total FY20 operating budget of $72,234,000. How we plan to pay for that? Again, we're looking at an appropriation of $68,999,861, or 2.89% increase. We will utilize $600,000 in savings or general fund reserves. That's a decrease of just over $200,000 from last year. We will utilize circuit breaker revenue. That's revenue we receive from the state for extraordinary high special ed costs. That's a reimbursement, so to speak. $225,000 in transportation fees, just under $750,000 in school choice revenue. The circuit breaker and school choice revenue is banked, so it's money that we have collected during FY19 or earlier, and so it's available for us to use going into fiscal year 20, and we won't be reliant upon revenue estimates to meet that.
This is a slide that demonstrates the investment that we are making in technology at all grade levels. You can see we begin in kindergarten and move through the high school through a one-to-one program at the high school level. This investment in technology, as you can see from the graph at the bottom of the slide, is, as Gareth has identified, is the investment of $400,000.
If I could just add, this has been something that we have been battling for a number of years to get into our operating budget. We have worked, or the technology department has worked diligently to predict what number it will cost the district to have a reoccurring, comprehensive instructional technology refresh cycle, and that is $400,000 a year. Obviously, we could not pick that entire expense up in 1 year, so we're looking to utilize district reserves in the first year and gradually build that into our operating budget over the course of 5 years.
Our next slide just details the community engagement and outreach center that I discussed on the opening slide, and again, just very pleased to have the opportunity to partner with the town on this initiative. We wanted to share with you a little bit about our student demographics and what we're seeing in terms of changes throughout our school system. You can see, I'm just going to focus on the bottom chart on the slide in terms of the students who are identified as economically disadvantaged. You can see the 5-year trend. That group has increased by 15%. And our English language learners, that group has increased by 35% over the 5 years. So you can see how our demographics within the schools are, the changes are significant. What's not captured on the slide in terms of changing demographics are also the students we have in our schools who may have behavioral needs or mental health needs, that there's no way to sort of categorize those students, but if you talk to our teachers, they'll certainly tell you they're seeing an increase in those numbers as well. Research and statistics will tell us that about 20% of all students in school-age students need some sort of mental health services, and schools are just becoming the place where students receive those services, and we're having to make some judgment about how we can best staff up for that. And some of the trade-offs in terms of being able to better support our students with mental health or behavioral challenges means that we're shifting away from classroom teachers, so therefore class sizes are starting to rise because we need to put in positions such as school counselors, school psychologists, or behavioral specialists to support teachers with those students. And I would say to you, we have a long way to go in terms of making sure we have those kinds of support systems in place. And Gareth, anything else on the slide?
Yeah, just this is our 10th year or consecutive year of an increase in English language learner growth. I think as a district, we're getting into a position where we can manage and provide a education for these students, but it's certainly a case of it was a really retooling of the district to do that, and I think we've made some great strides in recent years. Typically, each year we do get some questions around declining enrollment. It's certainly not a secret on Cape Cod that we are losing families, but it's not something that is unique to Barnstable. Here I've included each school district on Cape or this side of the bridge and their grades. You can see here our five-year change in population is about 2.88%. If you look down to Sandwich, we're looking at 12.63%. The tech school, not far behind there. And then up top, we have an increase of students in Provincetown of 12.6%, but it's actually 5 students, I think, so, or 15 students there, so we'll discount that one. But as a whole, the average decline in enrollment's just over 1% year over year. Regionally, we've lost about 1,100 kids since 2015, and Barnstable's average decline is about 0.72% year over year.
This slide, again, we anticipate questions around school choice in terms of the numbers of students who are opting into Barnstable Public Schools and those that are opting out. What's not shown on this slide is that we're starting to see some of our biggest increases in terms of students opting out to virtual schools. We were at 27 last year, 40 this year, and we just anticipate probably a steady increase in virtual schools for students. It's something that we've looked into to see if can we offer that as a district to have some level of competition. Our school attorney has advised us that given sort of the unique challenges we may have in terms of providing that service for students with disabilities, that it would take some significant planning on our part to be able to offer a program that would serve all students. We are looking into it. I'm just not optimistic it's something we would be able to offer in the near future. Although, certainly Barnstable has more students leaving than coming in, I do need to tell you that we cannot accept all of the students that apply for us. If our teacher's contract and good practice tells us that our class sizes at the K through 5 elementary level need to be 23 or less. So when we're running our classrooms at 23, we just can't take requests from residents outside of Barnstable. And that goes for some of our other grade levels as well. So there's a bit of context to that when you see the number that are choicing in. We're kind of hitting our max in terms of students that we can accept from other towns.
I'll just add to the virtual school remark that it wasn't until, I believe, 2016 where virtual schools were added to the school choice count. So prior to that, it wasn't included in any of the data that was put out for school choice. So I think that really does speak to some of the larger increases we've seen in students outside the district after FY16.
I think I would also offer that given the Cape's overall declining enrollment, what I'm seeing as a superintendent, along with other superintendents, is this very intense competition for students to try and gather students to choice into other districts. I continue to say I'm not interested in recruiting from other districts. I want to be sure that Barnstable Public Schools is the first choice for town of Barnstable residents, that they don't need to look at other communities because we offer everything that a family would need in the town. That's our goal.
Looking specifically at Barnstable resident enrollment, this report includes enrollment for all full-time students whose parents or guardians reside within Barnstable. And this is as of January 1st, 2018. At that time, we had a total school-aged resident population of 6,053 students. At that time, 84% of those students were educated under the purview of Barnstable school system, whether that be in the actual local school system, with collaboratives that we work with, or within our Barnstable Community Horace Mann Charter School. At that time, 91% of all resident students were educated in a public setting, either in Barnstable or in a Commonwealth charter school or a school choice environment. So from that, we'll take the 9% have chosen for a private or parochial school setting.
That concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. We're in the public hearing, and we're opening it to the public if anyone would like to speak. Thank you for the rationale. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Hearing none, councilors, could I have a motion to close the public hearing portion? I have first and second to close the public hearing portion of 2019-162. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstentions? It's unanimous. Councilors, questions, please. I'll start on this end. Councilor Hebert.
Thank you. Mr. President, is the figure that we have in front of us for item number 2019-162 of $69,569 million? That's a big number. But I see that the budget is $72 million. Do we have to make an amendment to this for the total? Or is this the total that we're voting on?
No, the town council will be appropriating a total of $69,599,861.
Thank you.
The remaining balance for the operating budget is made up of fees or special revenue funds under the control of the school committee, which does not require town council approval.
Okay, thank you.
And 600 of that is a transfer. Thank you. Any other questions? Coming down. Yes, I'm going this way. Councilor Collin, please.
Hi, I have a few questions. How are you? Thank you for coming. Thank you for the presentation. So I guess my first question is, where in the HYCC is this located? You're kind of face-to-face. What room there?
What is the name of the multicultural room?
The multicultural room. That's the same one that the Achievers use, so it's definitely a multi-purpose, multicultural room. Excellent. And then I just wanted to talk, I have an 11-year-old who goes to BUES, and I just wanted to mention a little bit about what I've been hearing from other moms and things. I think it's important to know that he went to a Horace Mann charter school prior to this, and then there seemed to be a lot of flight of moms saying, yeah, we're out. And so I asked around and asked why, because I think it's important that we have an honest discussion about why and when kids are leaving. And it seems to me that the direction that we're going in with kind of wrapping our arms around not just the student but the family is the right way to go, because I think a lot of people feel like maybe the resources aren't there to protect their kid from like the internet, the dangers of social media, like all of these threats that are happening. We had an instance in my home, which I won't get into because it still makes me irate, but that I actually called Mickey Davies, who runs the rec programs for the town, and asked her to do a social media conference sort of with the kids this summer and all the rec programs so that they understand how dangerous social media can be and how pervasive it can be. So I really feel like if we wrap our arms around families more and market more to moms and dads and make good on that, we're going to have a lot more retention. I also will say that kids that behave a certain way in elementary school are sometimes typecast, and they have a hard time breaking out of that even in a new environment. And I think if more attention is paid to the individuality of each kid, and I know that's a tall order, and I don't ask teachers to raise my kid, I raise my kid. I know I know I'm probably not in the majority in that case, but I mean, they have my kid for a few hours a day, I have him for the rest of his life, and you know, I'm the boss. But I just feel like sometimes there's things that are missed, there's growth that happens, there's hormones that are coming in, and I think a lot of the individuality of each kid is lost in BUES because it's massive, as opposed to these very attractive charter schools, and where they're kowtowing to every little thing. So I would suggest that those, as a mom of an 11-year-old, those are two very, very sensitive topics for me. The social media thing is insane. Everyone has a girlfriend at the age of 10. Everyone has a boyfriend at the age of, 11. The rap lyrics, all the stuff going back and forth. It's impossible to keep up with all of it. And I've had conversations with several moms about how scary that is. It's scary to me. So I just think helping kids make better decisions and maybe helping them grow into adults as opposed to keeping them children. That's what they're asking for at 10 these days. When I was a kid, it was 16 we were asking for that. It's 10 now, where they're asking, why can't I do that? So-and-so does that, or, So they need guidance on, I always tell Dante that, I'm when you go bowling, I'm the guardrails. No gutter balls on my watch, and I'm going to teach you how to navigate that because one day I won't be here. But I feel like we really missed that opportunity in the 5-6 building. And please don't take it as a criticism as much as it is a suggestion. I think that the goal should be to wrap our arms around the whole family. Make moms and dads feel that their kids are learning ways to navigate their life safely. The kids' life safely, I mean. So I'm really interested and excited to see what happens next year. I love the idea of the instructional leadership thing. I hope that every kid has a chance to reinvent themselves every year at school and lose a stigma, gain a stigma, whatever, that's what hormones do. But this is a really crucial time, and we talk about it all the time, Mark and I, about how, we're all, on one hand, Cape Cod young professionals, we need more young professionals, but are we building them? Do we have a pipeline? Are we engaging moms and dads that have 10th graders, yes, but also 6th graders, 7th graders? Are we giving them a reason to stay in Barnstable? Are we showing them what we're doing at the base? It's important things. These are important things because they're going to be taking care of us when we're in diapers. So we need to start thinking about this really soon because I'm terrified from what I see out there. So I just wanted to say those points because I always am concerned, and I know if John Flores were here, he'd say, where are they going? Why are they going? And not only that, but blah, blah, blah. So I'm just being John Flores for a minute, but just to identify that particular age group as a really vulnerable population because those kids are starting to be a pain at home. And mom and dad are starting to think, this kid's becoming a pain. What am I going to do with him? And so if we can negotiate that somehow. I love the dovetailing of the school and the town. It's
Right.
good.
And your point about social media is so true, and I think therein lies the partnership with the community, with parents. As you're saying, we have them for 6 hours a day. They're outside of us for the other 18. We can certainly do what we can do in the 6 hours, but it's that partnership across all of the continuum that's going to really make a difference in the lives of kids relative to that.
I think brave kids become brave when they speak to each other. And face to face versus this. And so we need to build brave kids in Barnstable, and I think that's what parents want to hear, building brave kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilors, Councilor Biedenbender.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Thanks for being here. I had an observation and a couple questions. A couple pieces of data really jumped out at me and really kind of bothered me. And that is of the 5,081 students, we have 1,529 that are economically disadvantaged. That is an increase of 15% in the district. What is interesting is that in the state, it's a drop of 18%. So what I would like to understand is what is behind that economic disadvantage? Like what is spiking those numbers? So is it the increase in the cost of housing? Is it a housing issue? Is it a jobs issue? Is it related to opioids and the impact of opioids? I'm just curious if there's a way that we can find what is behind this so that we can also potentially address that to help better our overall situation. So that's one piece. In relationship to the demographics of the overall school district, I assume you have a breakdown by school as well?
Sure.
I'd love to get the entire presentation, but also then an additional breakdown by school if I could.
Get that to you.
And then a question regarding virtual schools. Are these gen ed virtual schools, or are these specialized, like a tech school type of thing, or
It's K-12 gen ed.
All right,
Yeah.
okay. So sorry, so now back to the original piece of those crazy data pieces of economically disadvantaged and what's behind it.
I don't know that we can say, other than anecdotally, what is driving up the economically disadvantaged. I mean, we don't necessarily have a great, I would say, understanding as to what's occurring, but that's what our town is right now, right? So this is based on the income levels of the families that we have, and we're seeing the increase. So I think that's probably a broader question. Why are we seeing higher levels of economically disadvantaged families in Barnstable altogether? And I don't have an answer for that. We just know that this data is reported to us by families that are receiving certain services get flagged as economically disadvantaged for us. We no longer rely on free and reduced lunch forms to do that for us. In fact, I would say the numbers here are probably underreported, that we're missing some families that are below the radar screen, so it's probably a little bit higher than that. I know it doesn't answer your question, but it's just, these are our kids. I don't know why we have an increase in the town.
Yeah,
for
I wasn't
economically
sure if you would be able to answer,
Yeah.
if you had some anecdotal. It's kind of, sort of in a sideways kind of way behind what Jen is saying too, this idea of wrapping our arms around both the parents and the children, because ultimately, if we can have a better understanding of what is behind those numbers, because this taxes our school system as well, right?
Sure.
So if we can get an understanding of what's behind those numbers, maybe we can find some solutions that take care of those issues at the root of the problem, as opposed to now we're just trying to Band-Aid and help along the way. So.
Going down this side, anyone else? Councilor Snutt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the presentation. And I just want to echo what my fellow councilors have said, that there seems to be a tipping point when we get to the 4-5 school in terms of, when we're looking at the MCAS scores. I mean, we're exceeding the state numbers in the grade 3, and yes, that's just one grade that we're looking. But then we get to 4 and then 5, 6. I mean, we don't really recover from that, maybe a little bit by the time we get to high school. And was it 10 years ago, we made the decision to, we had to close some of the schools, and we had to, go from K to 4 to K to 3 and 4. I really don't know if we've really figured out the best way to educate our 4 or 5-year-olds yet, because it is just a huge building. I don't know if there's ways to, make it smaller in the same, physical structure, but I see there's so many data points that is pointing to that somehow we don't have it quite right yet. And again, it's complex what the schools have to deal with, the economic factors, the behavioral health. I can't, thank you enough for the challenges that you take on every day. But, where is it that we can help assist, even outside of the school system to help our families?
I do think that, certainly families get used to our K-3 smaller elementary schools, and then you go to a 4 or 5 building that has over 800 kids, and it seems just massive, right? The school has tried things by teaming teachers together, trying to give it more of a sense of smallness as a result of that, but that doesn't, you can't get by the fact that there's over 800 students in a building. I do think there are too many transitions in Barnstable. You really don't get to know your kids well, or families. If we're talking about family wraparound supports, and they're in a building for 2 years, and then they're in the next building for 2 years, and then the high school for 5, those 2 sets of 2 years can be certainly problematic if the theory of action is let's really wrap ourselves around families. I don't know that the community's quite ready to do sort of this massive realignment of grade levels and attendance areas. I think we could someday talk about going to a K-5 model. I think we've looked at that as sort of a structure, but there'd have to be a willingness among parents and community members, because then we are really tossing, that is huge change for the town. And if that's something that the school committee and the community were interested in, we could certainly take a look at that. But outside of that, I think our principals are doing the best they can in these very large buildings to try and make it seem smaller for families and kids.
Councilor Dagwan, you all set?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you for your presentation. I had several questions, but I wanted to respond to some of the things they were just talking about in terms of family. I think the family dynamics has changed. We have a lot of children that are coming to school, and they're broken families. They may be raised by a mother who's doing a great job, but you have another mother who is struggling, with her children and needs some support. You have blended families now. You have children that are coming, they spend one weekend with dad and one weekend with mom. They come with a lot of complex, mature, situations, and I don't think we as, I'm an educator myself, as educators are prepared to take on all those things that are going on with the children. I think smaller schools would be helpful. One of the research shows that if we can get children, it doesn't matter what color the parent or the individual is, if you can get 3 adults to take an interest in a child, they have a greater chance of success. So that may be something, something we might think about in terms of in our schools. I think we're putting a lot on the principals, putting a lot on teachers. As a teacher, I had a subject, and I want to come and teach my subject. And now teachers are, dealing with a lot of other things, the cyber, the bullying, the security in the school. Is it safe to, they can't even walk anymore to school. It's kind of like, we've got to buzz people in the building. It's just a lot going on in the schools. And we're just schools trying to catch up with all of this. So I just wanted to say that I think that's a big issue in our school. We have young parents that need parenting skills themselves. As an educator, I saw that a lot.
We have grandparents raising children.
That's right, absolutely. And I think that, the drug epidemic hasn't helped, the situation. It's probably affected it as well. So there are a lot of issues going on with our young people. I just wanted to ask you about a couple of things, about the early college initiative with 4Cs. What's the cost of that?
So we're in the process, and I think we're sort of finalizing the cost with 4Cs. Initially, their financial model was to charge us, I think, about 90% of our per pupil cost. I thought and think that we can do a better job, and I mean, that's a big expense. And so we negotiated a different revenue, a different financial model with them that I think we have agreement on that is a better use of taxpayer funds at this point, which is less than the 90% model. So now that we have finalized that, we have some sort of internal business to take care of in terms of making sure we have agreements with our educators on having that partnership. So we were hopeful that we would be able to launch it this September, but I think we're going to need this year to finish up planning and be able to launch it for our students in, let's see, it would be September 20. So what that will enable our high school students to do is to both receive their high school diploma and associate's degree at the same time as they graduate. So it's a great model. We want to pilot it with Four Seas Bourne has it right now, and it's certainly a model worth replicating. I just wanted to do it at a better cost.
I like that program. I think a lot of students right now are, by the time they get to 12th grade, they're just tired of school. I mean, they go to preschool, pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, We went from grade 1 to 12. And and I like the preschool and all that. I think that's great. But I think we have to find a way to keep them interested by the time we get to that 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade. It's got to be something that really draws them and says, I want to stay here. I want to come. There's something interesting still here within the school. And I think we as educators have to maybe be a little more creative in what we're offering as well. I mean, computers are new, but that's about the newest thing that's come to our schools over the years that I've went to school. So I just want to just throw that in as my little blurb as an educator for 37 years. The other thing, you talked about vacancies, and you have some professional staff that are going to be leaving, and you're going to be saving some money in that sense. I think you said about $27,000 for each of those, or
That's the
is that
average,
correct?
yeah.
Okay. I wanted to know are you doing anything to solicit minority educators? The state has it's a big deal right now that we have a lack of minority educators in our schools, and Barnstable at one time had the highest number. When I came here, Barnstable had one of the highest number of teachers of color in any school system on the Cape. And so we've declined from that a little bit. So just wondering if you're...
It is an absolute priority, and in fact, the Department of Education is launching some programs to help local districts try and develop specific strategies to ensure that schools are, the staff within schools is mirroring our student population. And in Barnstable, we have a long, long way to go in that regard. We work with John Reed in terms of going to, career fairs, trying to recruit minority candidates. So it is an ongoing initiative. It is something we struggle with for sure, though. So if there are ideas that we should be considering, we're completely open to hearing those.
Maybe looking at some of our graduates that graduate
Yes.
from Barnstable and go into education and encouraging them to come back and and give back. I mean, just as another
Absolutely.
Suggestion. And I think for me, I know as a student in school, I had a minority French teacher. I would never have gone into French, but this was a person of color, and it intrigued me, and he took a real interest in us, getting involved and just reaching a little bit higher than some of the other teachers in the system, did. Okay, you probably won't go to college. It's those kind of assumptions. But he kind of, gave us to see him. He said, "Oh, maybe I can do that," kind of thing. So I think, to have some examples there is important. But also, I think male teachers too. We have young kids that are coming up from grade 1 to 12 and may never see a male teacher, maybe a principal or a housemaster or someone. And so just to kind of balance that, I think is important as well. Last thing is, you said something about assessment of struggling students. When do you initiate that assessment? How do you know students are struggling? When do we step in and...
So right now, we have a 3-tier model of instruction. So all students receive instruction in the core program. There are a variety of assessments teachers can use. When we notice that students aren't achieving within that Tier 1 core instruction, we know students need a second, third dose of instruction for Tier 2. Some need some very specialized instruction for Tier 3. So using that framework is how we determine who's struggling. I think our teachers would tell you we assess too much. We have a lot of data to understand where students are falling in terms of their achievement levels. We need to do a little bit of work in the district about, I mean, I think teachers are telling us, okay, we're assessing kids more than we're teaching them at this point. So we have some work to do in that area. But it's through those assessments where we're identifying students. What we want to know with our this outside organization that we're working with is what's the best way within our current context and current financial resources can we support those struggling learners? Because right now what we're hearing is, particularly from schools, from teachers and others, is like, I need more people, there needs to be more people. And we're saying we have a finite pool of resources. Is there a way that we can better meet the needs of struggling students other than adding more FTEs to the budget? We want to figure that out before we start coming to request additional funding for more FTEs for the budget.
Yeah, I think attendance is an issue that supports to some students that are struggling. You know, I have a granddaughter, and you know, every other week, if she can think of something for her mom to, you know, let her stay home with. When I went to school, you know, you had to be really, really sick. I mean, you know, fever, the whole thing for moms to keep you home. And I get upset sometimes when she just kind of says, oh, well, she just doesn't want to go today. Ugh. I mean, just, I know, it bothers me, but that, you know, we just kind of, you know, like I said, you had to be really sick in my house to stay home from school. And I see kids, I mean, I work part-time for a shelter, and I see kids who are moving from place to place, and, you know, parents just aren't sending them every day or whatever.
And we are getting ready to roll out an attendance awareness campaign that will start in September that gets at much of what you're talking about. And even one of our guidelines is if your child doesn't have a fever, send them to school. Let's make the assumption that, you know, let's get them to school.
Yeah,
and,
maybe have to tell some of them that this is not a reason to keep them.
Right.
Keep them at
and
home,
those absences add up. You know, certainly if you're you know, particularly for our younger students, parents may think my child's just in kindergarten, first grade. If they're missing, you know, a total of 10 days a year or 20, that all adds up, as you know, right? Grade after grade after grade, then you're missing significant amount of instruction.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hearing no further questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Tinsley. Hearing no further, I had that feeling, Councilor Tinsley. Hearing no further questions, I'm going to call the vote on 2019-162 as written. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Please record that as unanimous. Thank you very much for your time tonight. Thank you, Christopher. Nice to see you. I am on to Councilor Rapcrossetti. Would you give me 163, please?
Old business public hearing majority vote, Police Department, item 2019-163. Appropriation order in the amount of $15,342,667 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2020 Barnstable Police Department budget as written.
I have a first and second to open the public hearing for 2019-163. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? We're in a public hearing process, and we'll look to the chief for, thank you, Chief, for the rationale.
Mr. President, good evening, members of the council, Mr. Town Manager, citizens of the town of Barnstable. My name is Matthew Sonneman. I'm the Barnstable Police Chief. I am joined by the splendid Ann Spillane this evening as we present to you the proposed FY20 budget for the Barnstable Police Department. I did want to take a moment at the beginning of this to say thanks to the men and women of the Barnstable Police Department for making my first year truly exceptional year and being there and supporting me throughout the year and doing such an excellent job and working out in the community every day and making the sacrifices that they need to do to get the job done. The first thing I want to talk about, generally talk about this a little bit later in the presentation, is a community impact unit. I know there's been some items of concern that have come up. People have questions about what has gone on down on Main Street, and I just wanted to assure the community that the members of the Barnstable Police Department, the men and women there, are dedicated to making all areas of our community safe and enjoyable for everybody. What we've done to address some of the issues down there, we've dedicated extra staff through the patrol division down on Main Street, a couple extra patrol officers during the day shift and on the evening shift every day, down there on mountain bikes, on foot patrols, unmarked units, out there making extra proactive, visible patrols. And I believe it has made a difference, and that we have had some positive impact and some positive reflection from the community. Other things that we have gone forward to do is, you take a look at the agenda, there's an item later on in the evening that we've come forward with some funding to get some extra patrols out there on the day shift and the evening shift, 2 extra officers each day out there, particularly to focus on the Main Street, North Street, South Street area. This is something we're truly committed to supporting. We want that to be an enjoyable area for all our residents and our visitors and the people that work here every day. We want the community, we want the business owners to be successful down there. We want to provide the support that we need to do to get that done. You will note that that has to do with through the end of the fiscal year, but we will be making adjustments throughout the year, assessing the whole thing as we move forward and doing whatever we need to do to move staff around or to get that area supported. One of the things that is coming up through the Community Impact Unit, the Community Service Officer Program. Right now, those officers are in training this week, and we do expect them to be out by June 10th. There are 10 that we did hire. They are up, getting ready to get out there. And one adjustment we did make already this year, we want to try a new pilot program. Generally, in the past, the Community Impact Unit has directly supervised the community service officers and has been down there every day. I believe the Community Impact Unit has a broader approach to be out there working with the more problematic individuals, and sometimes with the community service officers, that kind of took them away from it a little bit. So this year, what we're doing is I'm reassigning another sergeant to work down there directly with the community service officers on a daily basis, and as the school year comes to an end, I'm assigning one of the SROs to be down there working with the sergeant. So you'll have a couple extra uniformed officers down there on a daily basis working with the CSOs to provide them a little bit of support and guidance as they go out about their day. But also, by using one of the school resource officers, we also provide a little wraparound service there, because these officers that are seeing the kids in the schools throughout the year, and now they're going to see them out on the Main Street, provide a familiar face to some of these kids that are going to be hanging out down in the Main Street area, and be able to involve some of these other services and provide them later on in the school year as they get back into school if they run into them throughout the summer. One of the other big impacts through the Community Impact Unit that we've seen is the assignment of an officer full-time to the Hyannis Youth and Community Center this year, or throughout this year, his first full year that he was down there. That officer works with about 90 different school-age children from the grades of 4 to 7 through services provided through the HYCC and after-school care programs. He's integral in working with them every day. One of the other things that we just did this year, we worked in a partnership with the Cape Cod Culinary Incubator. They'd approached us earlier in the year and trying to get some funding through a grant to provide education and life skills services to younger children, how to cook, how to do things in the kitchen and things like that. That program ran through the winter, and it came to an end today, where over at Faith Assemblies of God Church, they actually provided a meal, cooked a meal, and served it to their family members. The Hyannis Fire Department also worked extensively with us, providing kitchen space, and our staff also provided help with that as well. Kitchen Appliance Mart provided some kitchen space, and speaking with them, the program was successful, and what they're looking to do is expand that a little bit into next year by working with some of the kids of an older group to actually provide them some skills to get jobs, get serve safe, and to be able to get jobs out of school and get into working into the kitchen industry. So was an awesome opportunity there. The other thing that we saw, a big thing that was for the community impact this year, was the first year of an emergency shelter earmark that was provided through the services of Senator Sears, about $45,000, which enabled the CIU to work cooperatively with the Duffy Health Services to provide emergency sheltering for about 30 high-risk individuals that generally would not be able to get shelter over the winter and the harsh days in the winter. Provided about 252 room nights, and through those room nights, it wasn't just a room. They were able to provide counseling services, hygiene services, and some nutrition there. And then we also were able to provide 257 hours through the police department for security, where those individuals were housed and staying for those evenings. Generally, over the past year, what we've seen is we've seen a reduction, about a 12% reduction in our calls for service this last year from 2017. And if you look for the calls for service from 2014 to 2018, here's a graphic that shows you how it's generally gone. Overall, in the lower right-hand corner, you see that historically, the spread of the calls for service around the villages has remained about the same, and that represents to you about what percentage of the calls for service that we get in each village. Reasons for the calls for service to drop can vary a little bit, but over the past few years, what the department has really tried to do is get into more proactive services, get through like the CIU and units like that, get out there and address problems before they become issues. But the next couple of slides also speak to a little bit of why we might be seeing a drop in calls for service. And one of those factors here is addressed in our Part 1 index crimes and our Part 2 index crimes as reported through the FBI for 2014 to 2018. If you take a look at each one of these graphics, the Part 1 index crimes has been steadily declining since 2014 and has dropped about 16% overall since last year, to a total number of reported incidents of about 604 in 2018. The Part 2 index crimes have also dropped about 19% from last year. What this indicates is that people are calling and reporting less crime generally to the police departments as it is. So that's one of the factors that we figure in. And one of the other factors that comes into play with the calls for service is in the opiate overdoses that we've been seeing over the last few years. Since 2015, with the exception of 2017, there has been a steady decline in the number of opiate overdoses that are being called into the police department. We saw a 34% reduction overall in the overall calls this last year in 2018, with a 35% reduction in the number of fatalities, with 13 last year. Some of the reasons for the reduction in the opioid overdoses, earlier in the epidemic, Narcan wasn't as readily available to the public as it is now. We're seeing it a lot more that the Narcan is available to just about everybody. Friends, family members, general people on the street have the availability to have Narcan. So what we're seeing is some of these individuals are being treated, rather than calling the police or calling the fire department, they're self-treating, or their loved ones are treating them, then transporting them to the fire department. So that could result in some of the calls for service drop in that area. The other thing there is the state, as you know, has enacted some legislation over the last couple of years that address the opiate epidemic. One of those pieces of legislation mandates some hospital stays if you get placed in a protective custody for opiates, overdoses, and things like that. So what we're seeing there is with people being able to use their own Narcan, avoid calling the police or the fire department, avoid being able to put into protective custody and have that mandated hospital stay. So that does play into there a little bit. Now I want to talk about field services, which typically is referred to as the backbone of the police department. This is the patrol division, the uniformed officers that are out there every day. Some of the major things that have affected field services this year, the initiation of the first full year of the school resource officer program, and some of the other, and transferring the officer over to the HYCC on a full-time basis. Through the school resource officer program, which had a large impact on the field services, officers were assigned to 3 of the Barnstable Public Schools on a full-time basis, 4 officers. You have Barnstable High School, Barnstable Intermediate School, and Barnstable United Elementary School. Those 4 officers served a combined population of about 3,457 students on a yearly basis. While in the schools, the officers provided, outside of the normal school hours and outside of their normal duty hours, about 1,012 hours of services through events, activities, meetings, sporting events, and other things that the officers attended and provided services to. The remaining question is, in addition to those 4 officers, the question often comes up was, what about the other schools where these officers you're not stationing officers full-time? We do provide 5 adopt-a-school officers that visit other area schools and provide services to about 1,334 students. Those would be the other elementary schools in town. And outside of those elementary schools, a few of those adopt-a-school officers also work with some of the private schools in town and some of the charter schools in town upon an as-requested basis. So overall, there's about 9 officers on a full or part-time basis that work out of the patrol division that are in the schools and working with students and staff on a regular basis. Another program that was initiated through the Barnstable Police Department and was the first of its kind in the state was the Bigs in Blue program, where the Big Brothers program approached us. And we have a few officers that work out of the Hyannis West Elementary School, where they go there, have lunch with the kids, and then they spend time outside of school doing things through the traditional Big Brothers program with those students. Some of the funding that we're requesting that does directly impact field services is $59,616 to add 1 FTE to replace one of the officers that was moved from patrol division into the school resource officer program. So that officer would be going back out on a patrol, and we'll be asking for $77,000 in additional overtime funding to fund some of these activities and 1,012 hours that the school resource officers are spending outside of their normal assigned hours and outside of the school regular school hours. One of the things that does impact that we've seen is there's a national program now. It's called the Sandy Hook Promise, or the See Something, Say Something, where people within a school area can call in anonymously and report activity or concerns about other students. You know, I think my friend is despondent or something like that. Those calls come in anonymously, and if they rise to the level of a certain emergency, they get referred to the police department, which we refer them over to the school resource officers who work with the school staff to identify where these students are, who they are, and get out there and see if there's any type of intervention or if there's any actual emergency that's going on. I just received word today that this program is also going to be continuing through the summertime when the kids aren't actually in school. So the school resource officers will be maintaining that link there throughout the summer, where if calls come into this program, they'll be referred to the school resource officers to work with the schools and try and identify and locate these kids during the summertime outside of school hours. The other big impact for the patrol division, and if you want to refer to the uniform services as the backbone of the police department, the communications is definitely the nerve center. This year marks the first full year that we've done joint dispatching with the Hyannis Fire Department. And through that service, the communication center is really, I can't say it enough, they're really the nerve center of the police department. This is the place where all the calls from the community come in and are filtered out to different areas of the police department, emergency calls and everything else. But not only that, it's the vital link that the officers are out there on the street and the firefighters that are out there working within Hyannis. When they call in requesting resources or whatever, it comes right into the dispatch center as well. So it's not just calls coming in from the community, but it's also calls coming in from the officers and the firefighters out there in the street doing their job on a daily basis. And in the last year, the dispatch center processed approximately 77,850 calls, combined 911 and non-emergency calls. What we've seen, some of the benefits of having this combined fire and police dispatch center is decreased transfers. Those calls that used to come into the police department and then we'd have to transfer over to the fire department, that no longer occurs. That call is taken right there at the police department, a button is pressed, assets are sent, and notifications are made right there when that call comes in. So that cuts down on some time there in critical times for people that are calling in emergencies. The other thing that comes out of that is a reduced response time for the fire departments and their apparatus, because now we're not transferring calls over there. It's just coming in, a dispatcher's pressing a button and sending the asset and making a dispatch. So that results in them being able to get out to situations quicker. It also, an ancillary benefit to that is quite frequently officers are out there on the street, they come across an accident, they come across a building fire or whatever during their routine patrol, and in the past they'd call it in over the radio and the dispatcher would then have to pick up a phone and call somebody over at a fire department to make a notification. Now, the dispatcher hears the officer calling that in and can make that dispatch without having to make any additional calls. So that has also reduced some of the calling and waiting time and response time. Another impact that we really hadn't anticipated that we have seen has impacted our ability to provide joint public safety to some of these larger events like the 4th of July celebrations and the car show in particular. What we've been able to do is through training these dispatchers is to put them into remote locations in our command post and run a joint fire and police dispatch center, like right at the car show, for instance, we did last year, right at the 4th of July, we did last year, and right down at the Pops by the Sea, we did last year. The benefit to doing that, again, we can take all that we can take all that ancillary traffic that occurs on the radio at those instances and conduct that locally. We can put them on their own channel. The dispatchers there can manage the resources, and if anything else needs to be called in, the dispatcher can call it in and dispatch it right there from that scene instead of having to tie up dispatchers at the actual police department to do all those other things. So it provides much better wraparound communication with the fire departments and a better scene and better safety for some of these large-scale public events.
Chief, could I ask
Yes.
one moment? We have business on our council here. We need permission to go past 11 o'clock. Councilors, could I get a motion to advance and finish our agenda and go past 11 o'clock? I have a first and a second. All those in favor of continuing our agenda and finishing it after 11 o'clock, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? No. Please record Councilor Tinsley. Any abstentions? No. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Chief. Thank you.
No problem, thank you. Related to funding, the decision package that we're requesting in order to continue some of these services is $20,800 to replace some of the remaining older radios that we could not replace initially when we transferred over with the fire department, and to provide funding for dispatch software such as licensing fees and things like that to keep our EMD and other things up and running appropriately. Another large segment of the police department, which I believe does account for some of our reduction in calls for service, is our investigative services or detective division. They are responsible for conducting all of our long-term investigations, our narcotics investigations, and specialized investigations like sexual assaults, computer crimes, and things like that. Over the course of the year in 2018, the investigative services was responsible for 383 arrests, 23 search warrants, 96 undercover drug purchases. They seized 6 vehicles, 13 firearms, $165,050 in cash, and $212,725 worth of fentanyl, cocaine, heroin, and other narcotics. This individual that is pictured here was a recent success story of the Investigative Services Division. In September of 2018, our Barnstable Police Detectives began a joint operation with the United States Attorney's Office, United States Attorney General's Office, into Mr. Edwin Otero and his associates. They had received information that he was conducting some drug operations in the area from Hyannis, Centerville, Osterville, Mashpee, and even in the Pawtucket, Rhode Island area. Through the investigation, they were able to identify Mr. Otero and 10 other individuals who were running this drug operation. And on May 20th, we're able to execute some search warrants and arrest warrants. And as a result, 11 high-profile drug traffickers were taken off the streets of not only Barnstable, but the surrounding communities and in Rhode Island. During that operation, they recovered a large amount of heroin. They also recovered drug packaging and marketing materials, and 3 firearms, including this 9mm assault-style rifle that you see pictured here. So, good job by them, and certainly worth taking some extra people off the street. On now to some of the decision packages that we anticipate impacting the department at large. First one there is requesting $500,000 this year for vehicles. Last year requested $360,000. This is a $140,000 increase. Some of the reasons for that, we've seen a little bit of an impact on our vehicle fleet through the addition of the school resource officers and the Hyannis Youth and Community Center. Those officers need some vehicles dedicated to them. So what we had to do is we kept some of our older vehicles with them past the certain point where we would turn them in. Right now, we have approximately 9 vehicles with over 125,000 miles on them that need to be replaced. And we do put about 30 to 40,000 miles a year on the marked units that are out there on a patrol. So in order to keep them safe, we're looking to rotate them out a little bit sooner. Another impact on this is right now we're being informed that the cost for vehicles for next year, model year 2020, are going up about 12%. So we're trying to work with our provider right now to set aside some other vehicles, 2018 and 2019 model year vehicles that are new, but the cost will be a little bit lower. But obviously, we're probably not going to be able to account for all the vehicle purchases that we need to make that year. So we are requesting that $500,000. Police training, $131,956. Police training or any training within the department is key to reducing liability, keeping officers current and sworn staff, civilian staff current in their specialized training and certifications, so they need to be able to properly perform their functions. We're also seeking to do some joint training with the fire departments around town to provide for extra public safety. This also reflects the fact that each of our sworn officers, by state mandate, there's about 64 hours per officer that each officer has to attend each year. A large portion of this obviously is in overtime cost, as 2/3 of the police department does work outside of the normal hours that training is provided, so therefore they have to be done on an overtime basis. And there is some funding in there for the purchase of ammunition and other things to be able to do annual qualifications and equipment. Technology, we are seeking $91,000 this year, basically to keep our systems current and fresh. We are technologically dependent in the police department. We have be able to conduct investigations, the dispatch center, obviously, and most definitely. We also with our radios and with computers, we're involved in everything we do in records keeping and tracking evidence, heavily technology dependent. Tasers, we're seeking $35,000. A large number of the tasers we purchased in 2008 are still being used. They're still on active service. These devices were initially envisioned to be usable for about 5 years. They've been in service for 11. We're still usable. However, we've been notified by Taser that effective November 2019, they are no longer to provide any product or service support for those tasers, so no more batteries, no more anything. They're also not going to provide any liability support, so if we tase anybody with them after that date, that they're not going to provide much support for us there. So they're necessitating the replacement of those devices. Overall, our budget assumptions for fiscal year 20, the police department budget is increasing by $636,129, or about 4%. Operating costs make up about 7% of the overall budget and are increasing by $22,171, which is largely attributable to the replacement of old technology. Personnel costs that make up about 89% of the overall budget are increasing by $418,158 to support contractual obligations, the addition of 1 FTE, and specific overtime to adequately fund the school resource officer program and training. Capital budget costs make up about 4% of the overall budget and are increasing by $195,800, largely due to the replacement of aging high-mileage police vehicles and the older tasers and communication center improvements. Our head count is increasing by 1 FTE for a total of 145.8, including 118 sworn officers and 27.8 non-sworn personnel. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, and I would
Thank you. We're in the public hearing process. That was the rationale. Thank you for the rationale, Chief. Anyone from the public wish to address this article? Hearing none, I take a motion to close the public hearing process. I get a second as well. I have a first and second to close the public hearing process. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Councilors, any questions of the chief? Hearing none, I would suggest we move on 2019-163 with a vote. All those in favor of 2019-163 as posted, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Hearing none, please record that as unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Nice to see you. Thank you. Yes, Chief, why don't I keep you for 206 since it's your last one? If I recall correctly.
Stay where you are, Ian.
It's under new business, gang. I'll ask Councilor Cullen, please, to read it.
What item is that again? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Item number 2019-206, transfer order of $72,000 for extra police patrols in the Main, South, North Street areas for the remainder of the fiscal year 2019, as written.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor of opening the discussion for 2019-206 as written, please signify by saying aye. Please record that Councilor Rapker is off the dais. We're in the public process, so please feel free to say, give us a rationale, Chief. I know the rationale, actually.
Mr. President, members of the council, once again, my name is Matthew Sonneman, Chief of Police for the Town of Barnstable. Item number 2019-206. Basically, we're seeking $72,000 in order to provide 2 extra officers on the day shift and 2 extra officers on the evening shift every day from now until June 30th in order to provide extra patrols in the Main Street, North Street, South Street area of the town. And this would provide our shift commanders with the flexibility to be able to hire overtime if they need to do so to accomplish that mission.
Any questions, councilors? Hearing none, this can be acted upon. All those in favor of 219-206, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? None. Thank you very much, and good luck out there.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay, we're back to 2019-169. I would go to Councilor Wallace, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. This is old business. We're going to open this for a public hearing. It's a simple majority vote. Item number 2019-169, Marine and Environmental Affairs Department General Budget Fund Budget. Appropriation order in the amount of $1,238,947 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2020 Marine and Environmental Affairs Department General Fund Budget as written.
I have a first and a second. Thank you very much. All those in favor of going to a public hearing for 2019-169, please signify by saying aye. We're looking for a rationale from Dan Horn. How are you tonight, Dan?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Mr. President, councilors, thank you. Dan Horn, Director of the Department of Marine and Environmental Affairs. We're here to present what's being proposed for the 2020 budget. I know it's been a long night for you folks, for us, and it sounds like the Bruins as well. Our purpose statement, what we try and do is we strive to provide service intended to protect the safety of the people and vessels who use our waterways and our waterside facilities. We provide for the protection, preservation, enhancement of town's natural resources, including Sandy Neck, and we address animal control issues that threaten the health, welfare, and quality of our citizens. Before I go on, I should say with me tonight, I'm sorry, I should have said it right at first, is we have Director of Natural Resource Nina Coleman and Supervisor of the Harbor Master Division, Derek Lawson. They're here to help present and to answer any questions. The department is made up of two divisions. You can see them right up here. We have the Harbor Master Division and the Natural Resource Division. And under each, you can see the program areas. We have the moorings and waterway safety under the Harbor Master Division, and the Natural Resource Shellfish and Animal Control programs under the Natural Resource Division. Significant changes in this year's proposal. The department's proposed budget is increasing by 10.49% from fiscal year 19. Breaking that down, personnel costs are increasing by $41,606. This includes contractual obligations, minimum wage increase, and overtime increase. Those two total $7,900, and we're requesting $18,000, excuse me, for a seasonal enforcement officer. Operating costs will remain level funded. In our decision packages and the capital outlay, we're looking at $76,000. This includes $35,000 for a vehicle replacement. This is in the Natural Resource Division. $15,000 for transferring a 2008, I think, vehicle from the Marina Enterprise account into the Harbor Master Division. $6,000 for security cameras, and then we're looking at, excuse me, $20,000 for a database program to track the department's various activities. Here they are again, broken down, $3,000 in the natural resource overtime budget. Over the years, we've increased our staff. The last handful of years, we had a NRO and aquacultural specialist added to the department. We also went from a part-time animal control officer to a full-time animal control officer. So, we have additional staff, and they take in the cost of living adjustments and all staff and everything else. So we're really just trying to be able to provide a level-funded service, but to be able to do that, we need to increase the overtime. As mentioned earlier, $35,000, that's a new patrol vehicle. What we'd like to do is get rid of our Shellfish, that's a 2008, I believe, vehicle, 2008, and buy a new vehicle. And again, $20,000 for incident tracking. That's department-wide, but we want to start with our animal control. We receive about 10,000 calls a year. Right now, we're still doing it by keeping daily logs, and so when people come up, we have to go through the daily logs. So we're looking at something similar to the police department. We have looked in-house, and it's been working with our IT, and this is something that they are recommending. Harbor Master Division, $4,900, a minimum wage increase. That's the mass minimum wage increase. We're steadily increasing over time as all other departments. $6,000, we're requesting funding for replacement cameras. Over the years, about 10 years ago, we were fortunate enough over a number of years to get some cameras. They're extremely useful and have helped us, and not only us, police department, Coast Guard, fire departments, other agencies, we share that. Anyhow, bottom line is they're starting to fail right now. So we're looking at replacing 2 of these, and that's what we think we're going to be doing, about two a year. Overall, we have, I think, about 10 port security cameras, but we also have access to about 30 other cameras within the department. We have some out at Sandy Neck, Natural Resource, we have some at our landings, and then we have some web-based cameras as well that we've done so people can keep an eye, like at our Bush Point boat ramp or at our marinas. And lastly, I think, is the $18,000, that's a seasonal waterways enforcement officer. We're looking at someone who can help enforce and inspect, ensure compliance with a number of rules and regulations we have. Having additional harbor master staff would help us greatly with this, especially the mooring enforcement. And this past year, we initiated a new fee for storing vessels on townways. So it'll help us with that. It'll also help us down the line if we, have any other fees that come along that may need some enforcement as well. Some of our accomplishments, just quickly, GPS, we pinpointed about 95% of the moorings within the town. We've offered moorings to people from various waiting lists. We've issued 89 mooring permits to new permit holders. Through our pump-out program, 604 boats, getting rid of over 13,300 gallons. And our seasonal waterways assistance, they've helped remove 185 gallons of trash from the Barnstable waters. We put them out in the waters and, and around the landings, around our marinas, in the inner harbors and things, and this is what they pulled out last season. Natural resource, some accomplishments, 45 educational wild talks. We worked with the regional White Shark group to improve public education, signage, and staff training. Our shellfish, you can see we planted a lot of shellfish, 45 increase over last year, over 1 million single oysters town-wide. We planted 1.8 million quahog seed, which is 14% more than the year before, and we completed a number of Vibrio checks. So what do we want to do? We want to continue with some of those programs, GPS, pinpointing the moorings. We're looking, working with licensed contractors, trying to improve layouts of mooring fields, better coordination between, those that are placing the moorings. Hopefully that'll create some space for additional moorings that we can take more people off the waiting list, or perhaps down the line, maybe start thinking about some rental moorings in certain areas. So we're looking at working with them. We are looking at an online program. Right now, we're looking at a number of options and a number of vendors. So hopefully we'll see some online stuff, additional online stuff very soon. We're streamlining our aquaculture management to help improve compliance with all the regs. And we're starting a shell program, a shell recycle program at the transfer station. We're looking at historical herring runs for possible restoration efforts. You probably are aware we just worked on the one in Barnstable and Mill Pond. So that was we had restocked that this year. That's been a long time coming. And we also work cataloging existing osprey nests, thinking about maybe where some other locations would be. And that's the end of the presentation for the general fund portion, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We're in a public hearing, and that was our rationale for 2019-169. Would anyone from the public like to be heard on this issue? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing process. And a second. Thank you. I have a first and a second to close the public hearing process on 2019-169. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition, abstentions? Hearing none, that's unanimous. Councilors, questions, please. I would say that we're going to go right to a vote here on 2019-169 as drafted. Councilors, what is your pleasure on 2019-169 as drafted? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Please record that as unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Nice presentation. I have another one with my marine environment friends. 2019-169.
170.
170, excuse me. We just got off 169.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Wallace, please.
Thank you. Yes, this is old business. We're going to open this for a public hearing. It's a simple majority vote. It's item number 2019-170. Marine and Environmental Affairs Department, Marina Enterprise Fund. Appropriation order in the amount of $832,780 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2020 Marina Enterprise Fund budget as written.
I have a second. That's a first and a second to open the public hearing on 2019-170. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Hearing none for the rationale. Dan.
Thank you. Again, Dan Horn, the director. We have two enterprise funds. This one we're focusing on the marinas. We try and provide the citizens and visitors adequate and safe use of our waterways and our facilities. The proposed budget is increasing $40,684, or a little over 5%. Personnel and benefit costs increasing by $22,600. These costs include contract obligations and the $8,500 for the minimum stage. Operating expenses are essentially level funded in the Marina. Marina Enterprise Fund, debt service is decreasing, and a total of $39,449 of the Enterprise Fund will be used to balance the budget. Most of it is for that vehicle. We're transferring the one from the Marina to the general fund side, and we're buying a new one for the Marina. And it includes the service priority package is $20,000 annual. It's an annual appropriation. And there's the truck that we were just talking about. Some of the things we did, we completed an assessment at our Gateway in Bismarck Park Marina. We installed or worked with some folks to install an upweller at the Gateway Marina. We want to look to continue the process of getting a Chapter 91 permit. As we always do, try and fill vacancies. We're looking at the west side of the Barnstable Marina riprap and continuing with the float plan upgrades to all the town marinas. And with that, I'll stop and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for the rationale. We are in a public hearing. We've had our rationale. Would anybody like to speak to 2019-170, please? Hearing none, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing portion. I have a first and a second, thank you, to close the public hearing portion of 2019-170. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any abstention? Thank you. Any negatives? Thank you. Please record that as unanimous. Councilors, what is your pleasure? I hear no questions at this point, so I would move 2019-170 for a vote, please. All those in favor of 2019-170, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those abstain, all those in the negative. Please record that as unanimous. Thank you very much. Councilor Steinhelber.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is under old business. This is item 2019-171.
-171, appropriation order in the amount of $1,147,959 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2020 Sandy Neck Park Enterprise Fund budget as written. This is a public hearing.
I have a first and a second to open the public hearing on 2019-171. Please, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? We're in the public hearing. And a rationale, please.
Thank you. What we try and do at Sandy Neck is provide access and recreational opportunities to our citizens and visitors while still protecting the natural, cultural, and historical resources on Sandy Neck. The Enterprise Fund fiscal year 20, we're proposing it's being increased by 93,000, a little over 93 or 7.5% over the fiscal year 19. Personnel and benefit costs are increasing by 38,000. This is due to contractual obligations and minimum wage increase that we've talked about. Operating costs increasing a little, roughly $20,000 for staff training, RFID hardware and tags, rescue and medical supplies. And a capital outlay of $254,000 includes equipment purchases, sand stabilization, and a response vessel. I just want to point out what that response vessel is. We're looking at acquiring a 12 to 14 foot inflatable boat that we can place on the front beach at Sandy Neck. If something happens right off the beach, you know, if we can get out there real quick, someone on a stand-up paddleboard gets a little too far out, a little tired, things like that, people on floats, that happens. God forbid we start seeing some sharks out there. I mean, that's a very real possibility. Anyhow, so if we have something right on the front beach, quick access, that's we think the way to go. Other than that, we're coming from the Inner Harbor, either we are or the fire department. So it's a long way around from the Inner Harbor out to the front beach. So rapid response vessel. Some of the accomplishments, you know, we're enhancing our shark-related policies. We refurbished the gatehouse so it's a little bit friendlier to the users and a little more resilient to future storm events. And we started up with our FRID program. Some of the goals we're looking at the Sandy Neck Habitat Conservation Plan to determine any changes that we might be able to make to improve access, and again, to analyze data related to safety on the beach. And with that, I'll stop and
thank you. That is the rationale for 2019-171. Would anyone from the public like to speak to this? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing portion. I have a first and a second. Thank you. All those in favor of closing the public hearing portion of 219-171, please signify by saying aye. Any negative? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Councilors, any questions? Here, we'll take a vote then. Let's take a vote to move the question. All those in favor of moving the question, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? On the question itself, 2019-171, all those in favor of the question, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Passes unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming out tonight, hanging with us. Councilor Steinheller, would you give me 172, please?
Yes, under old business, I'd like to open the public hearing on item 2019-172, appropriation order in the amount of $165,398 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2020 licensing department budget as written.
I have a first and a second to go into public hearing for 2019-172 as written. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Hearing none, we're in the public hearing process. Could we get a rationale? How are you tonight?
Yes, good evening. Richard Scally, Licensing Director.
Thank you, Richard.
Good evening, Mr. President, Town Council. This is an appropriation for 2019-172 in the amount of $165,393. This is with regards to 6.22% for contractual obligations in the amount of $9,682. This is a breakdown of our personnel at this time. Like the Consumer Affairs Officer funded by the Police Department, our Weights and Measures Program funded by the revolving fund. The rest is through the Licensing Department. Some licensing division accomplishments for your consideration. We've implemented some online step-by-step guides for license type made available and easier for customers. We streamline our state safety building and fire department certificate with the building and fire departments. And we have reviewed our outdoor dining review approval process, making it less cumbersome for the customer, less paperwork, and interdepartmental approvals. This year, again, we held our annual compliance meetings with our liquor licensees through the police department. We focused on liability, insurance issues, safety of customers, and this year checking IDs. And we'll also be working on a continuing group of people that will be meeting, licensees will be meeting on a regular basis to give input on changes to different rules. And we streamlined our annual seasonal renewal process for 100% compliance. Some of the other things that we do with regards to, with our departments, we provide support to the town manager's office for applications and hearings and decisions on taxi cabs, liveries, flammables, garages, and our parking lot licenses. And we're also working on drafting and recommending a training manual and guide for our boards and commissions members. We also provide support to our licensing authority. We organize and present the applications, violations, disciplinary matters before the board. And we also keep the board up to date on any changes in laws, statuses of licensed premises, and changes in policy. So some of our short-term goals coming up for the next year would be regards to coming up with a uniform checklist of final walkthroughs of all licensed premises, and hoping to complete the training manual with the for boards and commission members with the other departments and town manager and the town council as well. Some long-term goals, a complete renovation and revision of our taxi regulations to reduce paperwork and to compare it to our TNC technology, coming up to date with the Uber and Lyft regulations and looking at that, providing less regulations for our taxi cab community. And we are going to be completing our e-licensing, e-permitting permitting process. There'll be some upgrades coming up in 8 to 10 months with regards to upgrades to the system that will allow us to interface with different entities, and we're also working on interfacing with the state system and our system. The state ABCC is having trouble with that as well, trying to figure out how we can communicate between state and local entities. Our Weights and Measures program this year for accomplishments, we trained a new administrative assistant and streamlined our billing process. We've streamlined our taxi permit inspection process through our Consumer Affairs Officer. We've acquired a petroleum trailer this year, which was given to us by an outside company for testing our gas meters, making it easier to get in and out of gas stations without using the large 390 unit that we have. And we have continued with implementation of our tablets in the field inspections. Some short-term goals for the future: interim consolidation of inspectors' schedules, doing more outreach programs for our town's charitable organizations. We're going to be increasing communication of information to the towns that we serve within the districts. And of course, we'll continue to attend the state and national trainings and conferences, which will give us up-to-date CEUs and certifications. And the last part of this is our long-term goals, which will, again, be continued communication and public education on the town website and through public outreach. We're looking very seriously at revising our memorandum of understanding with each town on services and associated costs for each town, looking at what that looks like in a difference from when it was 20 years ago when they began to the costs that are associated now that Barnstable undertakes. And then we'll be looking at reviewing again our vehicles maintenance and upgrades and looking at that with our costs associated with that. And with that, that's my presentation.
Thank you for the rationale. We're in a public hearing for 2019-172. Anyone from the public wish to be heard on this issue? Hearing none, I'd take a motion and a second, please, to close the public hearing process. I have a first and a second. All those in favor of closing the public hearing for 2019-172, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Please record that as unanimous. Councilors, any questions? Yes.
Just a quick question. The weights and measures is the revolving fund. Where does the staff cost for that get represented in the budget? It's not in your,
It's not part of the town council approval, so would not be part of this operational budget.
okay, thank you.
Hearing no other, I would move the question. I don't have to move the question. I'm going to call for the vote on 2019-172. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Seconds? Seconds. How about nays and abstentions? Please record that as unanimous. Thank you, Richard. Thank you for coming out. I will take Councilor Cullen, please. We're on to 174.
Item 2019-174, appropriation order in the amount of $10,189,353 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2020 Department of Public Works General Fund budget as written. It's a public hearing.
Thank you very much. I have a first and a second to open the public hearing on 2019-174. As written, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any abstentions? Any nays? Hearing none, we're in the public hearing process, and we have the DPW Commissioner with us. Please, hi Dan, how are you? Director of DPW.
Dan Santos, DPW Director. Good evening once again. Out of respect for you, and I know my eyes are blurry, I can imagine how yours are. I'm going to just kind of move through these couple of slides. This just kind of background, other than this one's important. This is our whole staff, which we get together every December, have an all-hands meeting, and we go through training and vision and strategic planning, and it's a great event that we will continue to do for many years in the future. And if you come by our office, you'll see these photographs on the wall every year. This is just, again, I'm going to skip through this stuff. I'm going to move right into the general fund budget. Unless you want me to go back. Okay.
We get a
fund budget.
DPW.
Right. General fund budget is 3 of the divisions in the department: Administration and Technical Support, Highway Division, and Structures and Ground Division. The budget, you see here how it's grown, and over the last few years, and by division, the highway is the largest share, with Structures and Grounds coming in just behind, and then finally Administration and Technical Support, and which makes sense. Most of our effort is in the boots on the ground part of our job. General fund budget is a lot of information here, but you only need to focus really on what's highlighted, and that is the proposed budget for fiscal year 2020, $10,189,000, which is a $497,000 change plus, which results in a 5.13% increase over fiscal year 19. And what the changes are that are represented there, the highlights are one primary, and this was briefed to you by the town manager when we first started the budget process, support for 3 additional personnel for our field crews to maintain the fields that we have in as best state that we can. And there's been a commitment to that, and this represents a significant portion of our increase this year. Increase in personnel costs, that's basically the contract requirements with the multiple contracts that we have in the department. We're increasing the base snow and ice budget by $125,000. We've been doing that over the last several years to get that budget up to about what we spend in an average year, but not going over. This year, we spent just over $1 million. This $125,000 will bring the budget up to $975,000 per year for snow and ice. We have increases to maintain Lombard Field, the newly christened Lombard Field, and the dog park. Obviously, when we improve or create new facilities, there are O&M requirements, and these have to be addressed in the operating budget. $9,000 for AED maintenance. AED, those are our defibrillators that we have. I think we have 29 around town. Once we brought the safety officer on board a few years ago, one thing we did was to make sure that little by little we're picking up these things and making sure that all the defibrillators are the same type and the batteries are changed, and they're going to work if they need to work. So this is support for that program. We're increasing vehicle maintenance just because costs are going up, and this is what we've been spending over the last few years.
We have $12,000 for replacing and repairing flagpoles and lighting. We have over 30 flagpoles in town, and we go through lots of flags, and it's very important to us and to you and our community that those things are maintained in an excellent state of repair, that the flags are good and not tattered. As far as our decorative lighting and Christmas lighting, some of that's old. We'd like to replace some of that with more energy-efficient LED products and just keep those maintained. And then finally, $20,000 for outdated tools and equipment. Naturally, every year we have to replace equipment, and we found that that's been getting costly. We have internal controls in place that we monitor the equipment. We know where it's going. This really is just overuse, and it gets spent, and we got to replace it. So those are the significant changes for FY20, and with that, I will be happy to answer any questions.
We are in a public hearing for 2019-174. All those anybody wishing to speak to the issue, please come forward. Any public? Hearing none, take a motion to close the public hearing portion of 219-174. And second, I have a first and a second. All those in favor of closing the public hearing 2019-174, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Councilors, any questions? Yes, Councilor Rapcorsetti.
Well, I can't let this go by without at least acknowledging the staff and the response, how responsive you are to constituent complaints about roads, and it's really to be commended. I think the entire staff is great, and thank you for your for putting together such a good team, Dan.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? I have a question. Obviously, 5.4 change is a significant change, but we are understanding that we are catching up with some of our field. Is that where you thought the biggest adjustment was from a traditional raised?
Yes, absolutely.
And how long does this go on? How long before we catch on? Obviously, we're not going to vote as councilors anymore for projects that don't have maintenance behind it. So is this going to be a common occurrence in a way? Or do you get to a staff level point where they will be able to handle a multiple of the fields that we need to maintain?
Yes, and I think we're with this, and we did it a couple of years ago with air. Now it's just a matter of the annual, the costs, you know, the equipment, the materials, but the labor, it looks like we'd be in good shape. So we're going to go field by field and bring them up to a very high standard in-house, try to save some money. If you take a look at Lopes Field, you'll see the kind of work we can do on a pretty basic budget.
Yeah, thank you very much. We had a few councils head out and did the tour just recently, and it's something we all support, so thank you very much. Any other questions? Hearing none. All those in favor of 219-174, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Passes. Thank you very much. Please record that as unanimous. Councilor Cullum, please, 175.
Item number 2019-105, appropriation order in the amount of $3,419,883 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2020 Department of Public Works Solid Waste Enterprise Fund budget as written. It's a public hearing.
I have a first and a second to go on a public hearing on 2019-175 as written. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Hearing none, we're in the public process. Could we have a rationale, please?
Thank you. This is the first of 3 appropriation hearings for our enterprise divisions, they being solid waste, water pollution control, and water supply. And the solid waste division budget, you can see, hasn't continued as a general fund budget, but it has gone a little bit up and down over the past few years. And you can see that from the pie chart that the personnel and operating expenses obviously take up the lion's share of the budget, and operating expenses being the primary item, and that is for disposal. That's just our major cost is for MSW disposal. The budget proposal for this year, $3.419 million, which is actually a decrease of almost $200,000 from last year, and that represents a negative 5.5%.
And where that comes from primarily is the reduction in debt service. And what we did in the last year was we retired the landfill capping debt after many years. And that puts that amount of money back in our operating budget. We have an increase for personnel and contract obligations of $88,000. We're increasing overtime, or $11,000. As you know, we're a 7-day-a-week operation, and unlike other divisions in highway or structures and grounds, where if someone calls in sick or is on vacation, we just work with fewer people. At the transfer station, we can't do that. We need to be fully staffed whenever we're open, so we have to have some additional funds for overtime. $40,000 increase for credit card fees. This is the new program where we've implemented where you can use your debit card or credit card for any of the services that we offer, and we have to pay that increase. You may be thinking, well, why don't we pass that on? We're not allowed to have different rates, so we're not allowed to have a 2.5% increase if someone uses a debit card or a credit card like some private individuals or companies can do. The $40,000 is really a guess for this year because we want to see how many people take advantage of it. Mark Milne worked with us to come up with that number. And then finally, we're looking for $8,000 increase for vehicle repairs, which is reflective of the extent of the repairs that we've been doing over the last 2 or 3 years. And that's
Thank you very much for that rationale. We're in the public hearing process of 2019-175. Anyone from the public wishing to come forward? Hearing none, I take a motion to close the public hearing portion. I have a first and a second. Thank you. I have a first and a second to close the public hearing portion of 219-175. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Councilors, any questions? Landfill. Yes, here we go. Council Beden-Bednar.
Thank you. So I think I understood it correctly. I'm a little tired. The 40,000, was that for credit card? That's credit card fees?
Yes.
So our finance director provided that as an estimate moving forward. So once we get a handle on what those are, I know, so you said you can't pass those fees on because it would not be equitable between ratepayers.
I'll let Mark address why, but I know we're not allowed to.
I'm just wondering if, like, down the road, if that we just raise our rates across the board by 2% and that, because this ends up coming out of the town's pocket then, correct? I'm just looking, no? All right. Okay.
It comes from solid waste revenue,
Right,
but not the town's pocket.
right. But I'm just wondering, wouldn't we want that to be flat even with the enterprise fund? So wouldn't it make sense to spread that cost across the rate at some point, or no?
Director of Finance, please, the question obviously is why would we support using credit cards at that location?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes. So yeah, this is it's a cost of providing this optional payment method to our customers. And that cost is like any other operating costs within solid waste budget will be factored into future rate studies and ultimately into the cost of all our rate structure out there.
Could I ask one question while you have that point though? The reason you support it is because of the quick turnaround of the funding, or why would you look at that as opposed to checks, cash, the way we've been doing business in the past?
Good question. We've had numerous requests from customers who use that facility for this option to pay. Secondly, it eliminates insufficient fund checks that we receive. We do receive quite a few bounced checks, and so it eliminates that anymore. If somebody has a credit card and they want the convenience of paying with a credit card, we now offer that customer service improvement.
Thank you very much. Very logical. And yes, Councilor Snap.
Thank you. Dan, does this budget reflect that recycling costs have stabilized? Is this where we would see the?
Well, the budget includes what we're predicting for recycling costs for next year at, I think you could say a stabilized rate. It's still very expensive compared to solid waste, but it has stabilized over the last few months.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing no further questions, I would move for a vote on 2019-175. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Please record that as unanimous. Council Beedenbender, please, 176.
This is old business, public hearing, simple majority vote, Department of Public Works Water Pollution Control Enterprise Fund, item number 2019-176, appropriation order in the amount of $4,816,380 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2020 Department of Public Works Water Pollution Control Enterprise Fund budget, as written.
I have a first and a second to open the public hearing for 2019-176. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? We're in the public hearing. Rationale, please.
Thank you. So the Water Pollution Control Division, similar to solid waste, operating expenses are the lion's share of the costs, with personnel being just after that. And there is a significant debt service given the value and projects that we've had to undertake in the Water Pollution Control Division over the years. The FY20 requests of $4.816 million. The change that we're seeking this year is $71,796, or 1.51% over last year. And what we have as far as significant changes and what's driving those, the cost difference is we've actually had a decrease in personnel costs. Sometimes we have a decrease because we have longer-term employees that may retire and they're replaced with employees at a lower pay rate. So that has decreased our personnel cost. We have an $8,000 increase for repair and maintenance of our renewable energy equipment, and that's our wind turbines. We have 2, and our solar array that we have there. We have some costs associated with that. We're upgrading our computer software in operating the plant, and that costs us $25,000. We're spending $55,000 in capital outlay funds to replace a laboratory van, which is old and beyond its life and in need of replacement. We do a lot of sampling with that, and that travels around frequently with the sampling equipment and the crews to go and do that sampling analysis. And then finally, $50,000 capital outlay for grinder pump purchases. What those are the pumps that are in the Stewart's Creek area, where there's not a gravity system for some homes, serving some homes, so there's a pump system. And those individuals on those properties paid for these as part of their betterment, and we have put the money back into the reserve fund, but occasionally we have to appropriate the fund so we can buy some more grinder pumps to get them installed out there. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that rationale. Would anyone like to be heard from the public on this issue? Hearing none, I'd ask for a motion to close the public hearing portion. I have a first and a second. All those in favor of closing the public hearing portion signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Hearing none, that's unanimous. Councilors, any questions? Hearing none, I'd move 2019-176. Oh, I take it back.
If I could,
Councilor
it's just
Hebert, welcome.
Thank you. I did get a tour by some of your staff. Excellent facility they're running, a beautiful operation. I'm so proud of the staff that you've got working for us. They're so dedicated, doing a great job. They showed me everything down to little bugs, and it was just terrific. But the building that I think in the future you're going to obviously need some work on is the intake building. That's one of your older parts. And so I wouldn't wait till the end to ask us for more money for that, because...
Oh, yeah, it's in our plans.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I thought it would be, but nice job over there. Thank you, Dan.
Councilor wants more. Isn't that good stuff? Thank you, Councilor Hebert. Hearing no other questions at this time, I'd move the vote to 19-176. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Hearing none, that passes. Thank you very much. Councilor Beedenbender, 177, please.
This is old business, public hearing, majority vote. Department of Public Works Water Supply Enterprise Fund, item number 2019-177, appropriation order in the amount of $6,955,015 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2020 Department of Public Works Water Supply Enterprise Fund budget.
I have a first and a second to open the public hearing on 2019-176. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition, any abstention, and please record Council Tinsley as list for the evening. Thank you. We're in the rationale stage, please.
I know I wanted to save some time, and I did. I'd like to take a few seconds to just introduce my staff since they've been here all night. And Hans Kaiser is the Water Supply Division Director, Andy Boulay, Water Pollution Control, Mark Marinaccio, Town Architect. Hello. Steve Sundlin, Structures and Grounds, Mike Perry, Highway, PJ Kelleher, Solid Waste, and finally Rob Steen, Assistant Director of Public Works. Thanks for all you do and for being here. So, Water Supply Division budget for FY20. And you can see that of all our divisions, that has increased more rapidly over the past few years. And as you know, that is primarily the result of dealing with PFAS. Operating expenses are a huge part of the budget at Water Supply, and the reason for that is that we use a contract operator. So our personnel costs are much less than the other divisions. Budget this year of $6.955 million. Is $601,000 over last year, which represents a 9.46% increase. And what that comes from is $10,964 from contractual obligations, $166,000 increase for our contract operations. That amount is in the contract every year, and it's calculated based on a number of indices, and it's a calculation, and you would just plug in the numbers from the national indices, and that is the increase. We're increasing $5,000 for water testing. Again, that's related to PFAS primarily. The costs are expensive for the sampling and analysis there. I know the county has come out recently and said they're going to get a certified lab locally and start doing some PFAS testing. We'll see if they get that, and if we can take advantage of that, we will, and hopefully we'll save some money. But right now, that's not in place yet. And then finally, $10,978 for indirect costs. These are various costs for things that we have to contract out occasionally, or services or equipment. And those are the significant changes for the Water Supply Division budget. As we've briefed you previously, we continue to work diligently on the PFAS issue. We're contingency planning. We're planning regularly. We're looking to the future. We have complied with all goals and standards, and we will continue to comply with all standards and do our best to comply with goals. And so far, we have, and I anticipate continuing to do that. It doesn't come without costs, unfortunately, but hopefully the federal government and the state government will step in with some of the bills that have been proposed and help us out either with some low-cost financing or some subsidies or some actual grants. We're pursuing those as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. We're in the public hearing portion of 2019-177. Anyone from the public wish to come forward and be heard on this issue? Hearing none, councils, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing. I have a first and a second to close the public hearing on 2019-177. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? We're out of the public hearing process. Councilors, it's water. Yes, Council Neary.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Dan, for that presentation. I just wanted to reach out. I was fortunate enough or honored enough that Supervisor Kaiser gave me a driving tour of the assets and facilities and the delivery of our water and the Hyannis water system, and it was very impressive and really informative. I would recommend it. it kind of gives you the background of what, at least he gave me the background of what the town is facing going forward with the quality of water and both emerging contaminants and these facilities that we're going to have to build or get built in the near future to provide clean water for the town. It was excellent, and thank you very much.
Any other further questions? Hearing none, I'd move the question of 2019-177. All those in favor of the article item as written, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Hearing none. I think I'd ask the council's permission to jump while we have the commissioner here. The director, I should say. 204, 205, and 207 are also his three in that direction. Those are under new business. And I would ask Councilor Levesque, please, to read me 204, 5, and 7. May be acted upon. Let's get them done.
Thank you, Mr. President. 207 is not a Public Works item, just for your...
Oh, I'm sorry. 204 and 205.
Thank you, Mr. President. New business may be acted upon. Majority vote. Item number 2019-204, transfer order in the amount of $75,000 for the disposal of recycled materials at the solid waste transfer station, as written.
All those in favor of discussing the item of 2019-204 as written, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Dan, would you like to describe it to us?
That $75,000 is requested for the purpose of disposing of recyclables at the Solid Waste Division. This budget has been closely monitored since New Bedford Waste implemented a surcharge about a year and a half ago for disposal of recyclables. The surcharge has been holding steady for the last couple of months, but had increased since the original appropriation for fiscal year 2019. Over the past 6 months, the town has implemented changes to the sorting of recyclables to minimize costs. Currently, the cost is $105.50 per ton for disposal of recyclables. Additionally, the town pays $150 for each haul of a container for recyclable items. The current FY19 operating expense budget cannot support these surcharges without this increase. There are projected savings in the fiscal year 19 personnel budget that can be used to cover these operating expenses. This request will reduce the estimated amount of unexpended fiscal year 2019 salary appropriations that would have been turned back to the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund at the close of the fiscal year and become part of the enterprise's free cash. Thank you.
Thank you for the rationale. Any questions, councilors? Yes, I'll start down the end with Councilor Hebert.
Thank you. So, Dan, when we separate so well now the metals from the glass, from the newspaper, from the cardboard, we're still paying that much money to move that along? We're not making any money in
Yes,
anything?
we get paid for metals.
Okay.
We get paid for cardboard. We now, with our separation there, and source separation, we're getting newspaper is now separate, and that will generate income. And glass, we're going to be, and it's not going to generate income, but we're going to be utilizing the facility at Dennis that you may have read about, has just started.
Great.
So what's left is mixed paper and plastic, basically, that is costing us to dispose of.
All right.
And we're gonna look at compostables further. Big part of our waste stream is compostable items, and so we're going to look at maybe some opportunities there to even get more of that out of the waste stream and not have to pay as much for that and perhaps even make some money. So that's something on the horizon that we're looking at.
Awesome, thanks.
Any other questions? Rep. Cressetti.
Dan, how much per ton for all the other waste that we charge?
It's approximately $58 a ton.
58, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none. All set? Hearing none, I'd call the vote on 2019-204. As written, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Please record that as unanimous. One more, Councilor Levesque, please, 205.
Thank you, Mr. President. New business may be acted upon. Majority vote. Item number 2019-205, transfer order in the amount of $239,700 for the Public Works Department operating expenses and operating capital budgets as written.
For the rationale,
Thank you.
Director.
Due to vacancies in salaried positions throughout the fiscal year in the Department of Public Works, it's projected that the department will have approximately $270,000 of remaining salary funds. The department would like to access a portion of the projected savings to address several operating initiatives, including the following. I won't list the amounts, but the includes directional boring for the new Village Green shed, that's for electrical service, trailer rentals for Hathaway's and Hamlin's ponds for the recreation and beach staff, hazmat testing for a trailer at Public Works that's going to be disposed of, but apparently we need to look at that, possible hazardous materials, replacing the decking at the bandstand, installing volleyball nets and posts at various beaches, window cleaning of municipal buildings. We do from time to time. These are the large buildings that don't have operable windows, and really the way to do it, we have to contract that out. Purchase of a new floor refinishing machine, refinishing the town hall stairwells. We went back to the original wood several years ago. They look beautiful, but we want to make sure that we're maintaining them properly so they continue to look good and aren't ruined by lack of maintenance. We're going to be doing some groundwater modeling to look at the Mary Dunn, Mar Wellfield. Basically, that is to keep an eye on the work that's being done by the county and make sure that we have our own representative hydrogeologist looking at that and representing us. Increased solid waste disposal costs. This is town costs for town and municipal buildings that gets paid into the enterprise fund and billed to them. Improvements to playground equipment, 2 new roll-off containers at Mosswood Cemetery, new awning at Structures and Grounds, cedar fencing for the senior center entrance, as well as landscaping for the senior center parking lot perimeter, Veterans Beach Playground edging and surface repairs, repairs to the Centerville tennis courts, an irrigation system out here at Old Colony and South Street, a number of the islands. We want to get those in looking good, and irrigation would be required there. Solar-powered, sensor-equipped waste and recycling stations. Those are big bellies, and we've used a number of those in the past few years, and we found when they're in the right location, they're very successful. And we will continue to try to put those at appropriate places. Carpet replacement in Town Hall and DPW. Some cooling plant improvements at the HYCC, and I think that completes the list. This request, if approved, will reduce the estimated amount of unexpended fiscal year 2019 appropriations that would have been turned back to the general fund at the close of the fiscal year and become part of the town's free cash. Thank you.
I got a little ahead of myself, folks. I didn't open the Article 4 discussion, but that was a great rationale, so I won't make you do it again. But I will take a first and a second, please, to open the Article 4 discussion. That's 2019-205. So moved and a second. So all those in favor of the article being open for discussion, 2019-205, please signify by saying aye. Any abstentions? Any in the negative? Thank you. Any questions of Dan and the rationale we heard on 205? Hearing none, I'd move for a vote, 2019-205. All those in favor of the article as drafted, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Please record yes that we're down Councilor Dagwan at this point, but we still have quorum. Thank you.
Thank you all for your support tonight and throughout the year. It's appreciated.
I think I still will go to 207. I believe that's the only one left for our building commissioner, so let's get him on his way as well. So, Councilor Levesque, could I have you one more time, please, for 207?
Thank you, Mr. President. New business may be acted upon majority vote.
Thank you, guys.
Item number 2019-207, transfer order in the amount of $28,800 for the fiscal year 2019 special inspectional services operating expense budget as written.
I have a first and a second to bring forward the business of 2019-206. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 207, am I right? I'm sorry, I'm jumping numbers. 206 was done, that was the chief. 207, so I'm asking to bring forward for discussion 2019-207. I had a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Please, for the rationale. Welcome. Thank you for hanging in with us tonight.
President, Town Council, good morning.
Sure.
Thank you for your hard work.
That's fresh.
I appreciate the work. As with all software, it eventually expires and the vendor upgrades their software and their processes. And so this request here is to update the view permit software that the town, that you invested in back in 2016. The costs are actually not for software itself, but the cost to manage the platform and move, for implementation and training for the software and migrating the data from a platform-based to a cloud-based system. So just enhances the software that we have, and it offers a lot of new features that we don't have.
Thank you. Any questions? I have one. Is there also a maintenance fee that goes along with this type of an upgrade?
So the maintenance fee is it's $32,000 a year, and that's already accounted for.
Oh, terrific.
That may increase in the years to
With
come.
the new software in the future?
Yeah, but it'll be incrementally, and it's covered for this year.
It's a great program, so thank you for instituting it as well. Any further questions on 207? Hearing none, I'd move 2019-207 for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Please record that as unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Okay. I have to look at my hand here. I've been jumping. So I'm on 186, I believe. And I'll go to Councilor Snep, please.
This item is old business requiring a public hearing and a majority vote. Item number 2019-186, appropriation order for Community Preservation Fund, administration expenses, and fiscal year 2020 program set-asides.
Thank you very much. I have a first and a second to open the public hearing on 2019-186 as drafted. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any abstention? Any to the negative? Hearing none, we're in a public hearing process. We have our director with us tonight. Thank you for hanging in with us.
Absolutely. Good evening.
Rationale.
Good morning. Forget
Good
what day
morning.
it is. Annually, we're required to set aside a minimum amount of 10% each program area from the estimated revenues of the Community Preservation Fund. So for fiscal year 2020, we're estimating $4,046,760 of revenue for the Community Preservation Fund. Hence, those are the numbers you see in the order here, $404,676. That's 10% of that revenue for each program area, as well as a $200,000 budget for the administrative expenses of the Community Preservation Committee. And that still leaves a little bit of money left over after that minimum 10% set aside. $801,534 is being set aside into a budget reserve, and that can be used for any one of the three program areas. But in order to do so, we have to come back to the Town Council for your approval to use that. So it just sets it, this is just setting it all aside in reserves for next fiscal year.
Thank you very much for the rationale. We're in the public hearing process. Would anyone from the public wish to speak to us? Hearing none, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing on 2019-186. I have a first and second. All those in favor of closing the public hearing process, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Councilors, any questions? No, looks good. I'm calling the question then. 2019-186, all those in favor of it as drafted, please signify by saying aye. Any abstentions? Any to the negative? Please record that as unanimous. Council Snep, could you take me on to 187, please?
This item is old business requiring a public hearing and a majority vote. Item number 2019-187, appropriation order $1,921,467 for the purpose of paying the fiscal year 2020 Community Preservation Fund debt service requirements.
So I have a first and a second to open the public hearing process on 219-187. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Hearing none, please record that as unanimous. For the rationale, we have the Director of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the debt service associated with the Community Preservation Fund, separate and apart from all our enterprise fund debt and all our general fund debt. This is specifically the bonds associated with this program, which need to be paid for from the revenues of the community preservation surtax, and that's the item before you. These are the debt payments next fiscal year.
Terrific. Thank you for that rationale. Anyone from the public wish to speak to us on this article? Hearing none, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing process. I have a first and a second to close the public hearing process. For 2019-187, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Councilors? Pretty easy one, just debt, right? So I'm going to call the question. 219-187 as drafted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Could I ask Mark Milne to pitch hit for one, because I think we left someone out there. That would be 219-203. I'd ask Paula to read that for us as well, please. Paula, that's page 36. Councilor Snep, thank you.
This item is new business, may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item number 2019-203, transfer order of $7,500 for the fiscal year 2019 Marine and Environmental Services Department operating expense budget.
I have a motion to bring for discussion 2019-203 as drafted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Please for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Working in conjunction with Dr. Gregory Scommel, our state ex-shark expert, the town's looking to expand the number of receivers and buoys in our waterways. These cost $2,500 apiece. We're looking to purchase 3 of them. Our harbor master staff will retrieve these buoys, and the state will upload the data into their system. So we're trying to increase the amount of monitors that are out in our waterways.
Thank you very much. I think it was written up also in the Patriot recently, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for staying with us tonight, too. Any discussion on this matter? Hearing none, I'll call the question on 2019-203. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Hearing none, please record that as unanimous. And we have the consent agenda, folks, so hang on. Councilor Steinhelber, and thank the legal team for putting it together for us.
I move to continue Town Council Orders 2019-202, 2019-208, and 2019-210 through 219-213 as written to individual public hearings to be held on each order number on June 20th, 2019, and to continue Town Council Order 2019-209 to a second reading on June 20th, 2019.
So in front of us, we have on the consent agenda to agree to move 202, 208, 210, 213 to a date certain of June 20th, 2019, although, as well as 209 to a second reading on June 20th, 2019. All those in favor of that action, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Abstentions? Thank you, everyone, for your hard work tonight and hanging in with us. I take a motion to adjourn. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Thank you. Good night.
I heard Tinsley from home.